Hello, and welcome to Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker. After the Endwalker of Endwalker, it's time to go around to various side quests in order to obtain the power of flight. That's right, postscript walker. Also, it just occurred to me that it's kind of funny that everyone is so surprised by the Garlean radio when they have orchestrions, which are not exactly the same, but are like similar-ish. Hey Sucro, wake up. Hey Sucro. Hey. Poke, 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 poke. Hello, and welcome. This is the new outfit for Sucro, now that we've completed the 6.0 main story. I've shown this on social medias, but you know, Sucro wanted to try a new look after saving the world and then taking a break for a while. So in my mind, also this is an all-class outfit, so it works for everything. And speaking of that, currently a warrior at level 87. But this is an all-class outfit, or all-job outfit, so I think it can work for basically anything. Like paladin, warrior, scholar, sage, etc. When I say it can work for basically anything, I mean like within the confines of the game rules, it literally does work for everything. But I feel like it also does work well for everything. In my mind, I guess this part is Sucro going around and helping people out after the world is saved. Even though a lot of the events may or may not pertain more directly to things that were happening during Endwalker, because these are all Aether current quests. It is unclear, but regardless. Yeah. Oh, I also changed her adventurer plate. Since she's going to be doing a lot of traveling, I figured it should look like documents in like a passport kind of situation, including the awkward passport photo. I like the frame of the scrapbook frame option that like tilts the portrait a little bit. It doesn't naturally tilt it. I actually had to tilt it to match the frame, but you know, I think that's fun. Anyways. So we have 4 quests in 6 different regions, 4 quests each. I guess I'll just go in order, maybe? Also, I think it's interesting that Labyrinthos is displayed first. I guess it's because you have a choice of which of these 2 to go to first. So I guess we can just go in order, although... In order won't be like in story order, because not all of the Labyrinthos quests are going to be right next to the start of Labyrinthos, and so on. So I guess I could technically like do some of the Labyrinthos ones, and then some of the Thavnair ones, and then some of the, like all the Garlemald ones, etc. But I think I'll just do all the Labyrinthos, then all the Thavnair, and so on. I don't need to overcomplicate it too much. Oh, really? Because I thought we were talking about how, like, in Thavnair, some of them were actually... Well, I guess we'll find out. I thought some of them were significantly, like, different in tone or relevant to stuff happening. But yeah, labyrinthos first, I suppose. My plan is to do... I'm not entirely sure how much of each of these questlines I'm going to do. Some of them are not questlines. Some of them are. But if they are questlines, I might do all of them for every one of these, or I might not. It depends on how interesting they are, I suppose. So I believe we have to take the elevator down here. I want to do all the ether current quests sooner rather than later, as I've said, in order to get flight in these areas, which is part of why I'm streaming this on a Tuesday, but also I just wanted to stream. Yeah, I don't remember all of your notes in detail. I suppose I could go look at them again. I do appreciate that you gave me those notes. I did use those notes to write down, like, an order of quests, an order of stuff to... I used those notes to help me figure out the order of stuff to do after these. And, like, the starting quests for everything. I accidentally did do a, I accidentally did do one cutscene's worth of the variant dungeons because I was trying to check what the quest was by talking to someone, and it just shoots you into a cutscene instead of giving you a prompt for one cutscene, which is a little annoying, but it's fine. The preliminary idea for Endwalker quest order as of right now is this. Shown on screen. First, the ether currents and finding all the scions. Oh yeah, we have to do that. Role quest epilogue. 6.0 optional dungeons. There's a side quest chain Aya mentioned called a Heartless Hypothesis that's apparently pretty interesting, even though it's not really connected to anything. So I'll do that. Pandemonium 6.1, Myths of the Realm 6.2, Variant Dungeons 6.3, Newfound Adventure, Eureka, Orthros 6.4, 6.5. Oh right, you were mentioning that too. And then Tataro's Grand Endeavor and somehow further Hildebrand Adventures and 6.55's main story are not yet in the game. And then Island Sanctuary stuff is something I probably won't show on camera at all. Unless I, like, start doing it and then eventually I'm like, hey, check out how my island is going. And that's probably about the extent of it. I should have my sucronotes.txt open. Sucroplans.txt. My bad. I have a more elaborate version of those notes that I just showed on screen. So I also have notes of where people said they would be. And I've actually seen some of them already. Like, I found Alphino, Alize, and Euless by accident. And we'll run into them later. So we also have to keep an eye out for Y'shtola, who's somewhere in Dravania. She mentioned visiting Matoya and the Google Library. Thancred and Urianger said they would be somewhere in Charlian. Kryl and Grahatia said they would be at the Baldessian Annex. And Istinian said he'd be at Razet Han. And then there's a number of other people about here and there. Like, Ochre, Boulder, and Aenor are in Gridania. Unfortunately, I also found them by accident, as Aya mentioned doing before. But anyway, let's begin some current events. Little Lost Troll. The distracted archivist seems troubled. Oh, dearie me. Hi, I'm a cat. What? I'm also a cat. My sweetest Shaggles, one of the Archeon's precious samples has fled. Questioning head tilt. You have no idea what I'm talking about, do you? My apologies. I'm Noelle Tia, an archivist. The Archeon is home to various samples collected from all across the star, and one such specimen has just escaped. A young troll, to be specific. Oh, I hope he hasn't been set upon by the local predators. Listen, I promise to compensate you, so could you please help me retrieve the specimen? Nod. My thanks. I will continue my search of this area. I'd like you to check the 33rd facet. But once you've had a comprehensive look about, please meet me at the Archeon to report your findings. I have to go exist in a different location so they can update my NPC name to reflect that I told you my name. I guess. Oh, I also made Boaster match my outfit. With the Deep Shadow barding, and then like the Furion barding headpiece, so that there's like a yellow accent. Coordination. Boaster can maybe stick around for today instead of being dismissed so that he doesn't walk through anybody. Because like there's probably gonna be a lot of, or at least the occasional random fighting that is not attached to a duty, and so Boaster can help out. Astute observers may also notice that I have 94 hard-boiled eggs on my bar. Or just boiled eggs. This is because it's the cheapest food item, and I wanted to stop using my expensive eggplant in order to get experience point bonuses. Okay, so I need to go into this cave. I guess. I now have 93 boiled eggs. Since I just used one. Sucro just looked at an egg and absorbed the experience knowledge by observing it. Or something. So yeah, I'm currently a warrior. I'm level 87. All of these quests sync to your level, which means they should be a good way to get experience, kind of. And if in the course of doing these I somehow get warrior to 90, I also have sage at like 87, so I can still get something out of that. What's over here? Also, warrior is like one of the few classes in the game where I feel like I can set my chocobo to attack stance, which is very funny. Because warrior doesn't need any assistance to survive in many situations. You see no trolls, great or small, perhaps a bit further in. Speaking of which, I should do so. We can take this time to appreciate the zones more, and so on. Once I unlock flight in a zone, I'll probably fly around a bit and see what there is to see. Because with the way that a lot of these zones are structured, being able to fly around them will definitely give me like an interesting new perspective on all of them. Like this one with its tiered structure, and there's also this space up here that I can't go to. Is there anything else? No, just this one space up here I can't reach. And like the tiers making it so that you normally have to move up and down through elevators and stuff. Being able to fly and look at labyrinthos from above will be pretty neat, I think. Troll. The errant troll is nowhere to be seen. Noelle Tia may have had better luck. Oh yeah, I should also start defying the laws of nature or whatever. The laws of the universe. The laws of nature in the universe say, you shouldn't be as mad as you are, warrior. But to them I say, inner chaos. Apparently. Okay, being very mad while riding a motorcycle is funny with the streaks of light flowing behind you. Yeah, the laws of the universe mean nothing. I've heard about this before. I could just tell him at this point. Oh yeah, I forgot. I need to be checking my retainers because I have them back on Quick Ventures due to I need money. So I hope they find something funny that is worth money. I see. I was unable to find the specimen either. However, I did meet someone who claimed to have seen it in Mornvale Forest. Let us head there and see if we can track it down. My retainers should have something complete right now, but there are no bells around, of course. As tempting as it is to immediately run off and go check that before continuing this, I probably shouldn't, but maybe I will, but I don't know. Oh. Something wrong? Yes, there can be no doubt. These are Shaggles's footprints. Ahem. I've uncovered the specimen's trail. It should be close. If you find it under threat from the local fauna, you may dispatch its assailants. I think these trolls are from Final Fantasy IX, but I'm not entirely sure. Oh. Speaking of Final Fantasy IX, I guess since the last Endwalker stream is when they did the keynote, which means that I haven't talked about how Viper is real yet. Oh no, poor Shaggles has been set upon by trolls! Trolls, quick to the rescue! But yeah, Viper is a thing that they announced. One of the new jobs, a scouting melee. And I have said before that I was predicting they would do a tank that was like based on Zidane and Twin Blades. I missed which role it would be, but it is a job that seems to be based on Zidane and Twin Blades.
Viper Real. Learn to protect girls and stab enemies with this new job based somewhat on Zidane from Final Fantasy IX.
Somewhat, yeah. I actually had forgotten that, or maybe not known, that in the Dissidia games at least, Zidane actually does like combine two knives into a thief blade and separate them and so on, like Viper does. And actually, now that I'm thinking about this, I was looking at Zidane's weapons. Also, I think Zidane is the official way to pronounce it, right? I used to think it was Zidane, but I was looking at the weapons in Final Fantasy IX, and I'd like to draw your attention to this one. The Rune Tooth, also known as the Viper. And I think that's fun. Hello and welcome. I'm just talking about how I accidentally kind of arguably predicted Viper being announced by saying that there should be, or that I bet they were going to do a Twin Blade tank based on Zidane. It wasn't a tank, but there is a Twin Blade class that seems to be somewhat based on Zidane, because Zidane can in fact separate the thief sword into daggers and combine daggers into a thief sword in Dissidia games. So yeah. Also, I was looking at Zidane's weapons and I found this one that was described as also known as the Viper, which I think is like, I was pointing at my screen when I saw that one.
Ah, the world is saved and surely at enough peace to merit a good wandering around. As one among my organic ilk would say, what could possibly go wrong?
That's also true. Hello and welcome. In other news, also Sucre has this new outfit. And also I'm a warrior right now. We're going around doing all the ether current quests here and there. We must tend to Shaggles. Funny troll. Hello, funny troll. Wait. Oh yeah, Black Mage does kind of have a stance swap. reintroducing cleric stance to the game. No. I'm so glad you're unharmed. You're all safe now. Come on, let's go home, sweetie. Grounds, buffoon, grr. Buffoon? The Archeon is under threat. I must do something, grr. What's the threat? Questioning head tilt? Ah, you can understand me? Nod. Wait, are you able to communicate with him? Nod. I guess. Incredible. I've never met someone with such a skill before. This bundle of joy was born in Labyrinthos. However, he was abandoned by his mother in quite the state by the time we found him. He possesses a remarkable intelligence for one of his kind. We've elected to use him as part of a study into the effects of growing up in an artificial environment. I had seen him making gestures that indicated he'd been reading the tomes here, but I thought he was just copying those around them. I think he actually understands speech. Though I do wonder exactly why you are able to understand him and I'm not. I'm sort of special, or it's a secret. I guess I have some special abilities. I guess. Really? Oh, what I wouldn't give to understand him too. Ah, you possess the echo, don't you? I find it difficult to grr the way your kind do, but I suppose it makes sense that you understand my general sentiments. I happen to learn of said power from the tomes and the Archeon. Honestly, that buffoon over there is surrounded by a sea of knowledge and he makes no effort to engage with it. Ah! At any rate, I'm glad to finally have someone to talk to. As I was saying earlier, the Archeon is in grave danger. Some girl's gleaner managed to bring woodworms in with them during a visit. If we leave them be, they're bound to cause irreparable damage to the materials at the facility. I tried my best to tell that buffoon, but it was no use. That's why I took a chance and went in search of some of my own kind to see if they would help. But you saw how that turned out. Well, what is he saying? Explain. I think I'll probably do all of this one. Oh, dearie me! Like I was saying, I think I'll probably do all of these things. Unless I find them super boring. If I run into one that's like super boring. Was this one that you said you recommended doing more of? I don't remember. I didn't save your list. I made my own list based on your lists. Okay, you said this has a bunch of quests and it is a cute story. Got it. I'll probably do all of these because, like, why not, right? Unless I run into one that I think is like really annoying. Still, it was most courageous of him to try and solve the issue on his own. Now that we're aware of it, we need to sort out this pest problem at once. Would you mind helping out a little longer? You're the only one who can understand him after all, and he seems moms ahead of us with regard to the situation at hand. Leave it to me. Nod. And then you could leave it here if you wanted to. But funny troll. I'll actually just keep going. Your help is indispensable if we're to get Shaggles' advice on dealing with the infestation. Allow me to explain a few things first. Staff at the Archeon regularly use alchemic pesticides to keep the place free of harmful grrrs. Unfortunately, the woodworm I found seemed to be entirely resistant to the type of pesticide employed at the facility. I skimmed a few tomes, including the new Eorzean Geographic. What? And I couldn't manage to identify the Vilekin in the Archeon. I'm guessing it must be a new species. We won't get very far if we know nothing about the enemy, so I went ahead and captured one of the woodworms. We can try showing it to someone who knows more about this sort of thing than I do. Explain. I see. In that case, I think we'd be best served by a biologist at Mariel Argonomics, shall we? Agronomics, not Argonomics. I was thinking of National Geographic instead of New Geographic, I guess. Because that's the one that I know about, sort of. Oh, you meant National Geographic. New Geographic is for when they invent new geography. Today in New Geographic, we made a new mountain. And we put it in the ocean as a joke. Because we thought it'd be funny if we pranked everyone by inventing a new island. I don't know what I'm talking about. I feel like they probably did. In fact, I would say that at least part of Elpis probably is literally that thing you've just described. Either they made some islands float, or they just made some floating islands at some point. That's a good question. And actually, it just makes me wonder in general. Were the ancients in such like a advanced semi-utopian sort of state that they had people who filled really specific roles like fjord approval? Or would they have just had a more general purpose like geographical approval board? I feel like having someone that specific would be a sign of like they really don't need to like spare any resources, you know? Don't worry at me, I can't talk to him myself. I went ahead and told him everything. I have to admit that I hesitated to bring up Shaggles's role though. This guy looks sort of like Ilberd. A little bit. Not entirely, but sort of. Similar like hairstyle and stuff. But your troll showed me the woodworm sample, but the best I can do is confirm that I've never seen it before. I'd say your hypothesis that it's an undiscovered species is highly likely. In order to ascertain how best to deal with the insect, we would need to learn about its original habitat. Well, I found it clinging to a thavnairian tool used to make medicine that was recently brought to the Archeon. It was delivered by a Rugadin gleaner. Let's go ask her about it. Explain. Well, what are we waiting for then? To the Archeon? Questioning head tilt. That troll truly speaks to you, doesn't it? Perhaps that woodworm is not the only new species in our midst. Now that I think of it, there was a Vilekin race capable of conversing, the Nath if I'm not mistaken, but some argue that they're closer to crustaceans. Yeah, I met them. They're pretty cool. They also have guns. Oh, and a hive mind. That's probably important to mention about them. Except not all of them are part of it. That's the gleaner who delivered the tool. Let's ask her where she got it. I wonder if I'll be able to talk to Shaggles someday too. I'd love to know what he thinks of me. Oh, that? I found that in Thavnair. To be more specific, at the alchemist's outpost, the great work. It was used by the first alchemists, they say, and there are a few tools like it still extant. I spent days arguing my case before its owner agreed to hand it over. Ah, it's all coming together now. The woodworm was probably exposed to so many alchemic concoctions in that settlement that it developed a hardy resistance to substances like the pesticide. Let's waste no time in growing the biologist about this. I feel like I've seen that little troll in the Archeon. Is it all right for him to be out and about like this? Oh, well, circumstances have required us to set him free for a bit. Closely monitored, of course. Now, where did he go? He went over there. Oh my, we should make for Marial Agronomics straight away then. This is a bit of a back and forth. If I didn't know better, I could have sworn that troll was talking to you. Well, funny story about that one. Also, I think I mentioned it before, but I still think it is funny that because the warrior's beast gauge does not deteriorate over time, and also includes a visual effect, basically, if you are a warrior, you will have this aura of power around you at all times, more or less, once you hit anything once. It makes it easy to see where Sucro is on the screen, if that was an issue. I'm about 30% mad right now. Ah, go on then. I'm 30 out of 100 mad. Though in Sucro's case, I think it's just like determined. I suppose I should really return Shaggles to the Archeon soon. Ignore me, I'm just thinking out loud. Well, that certainly makes a lot of sense in light of all that's happened thus far. I happen to know that the alchemic pesticide used at the Archeon was created in Thavnair, so it's hardly surprising that our woodworm friend has developed a resistance to it. Now, how shall we solve this conundrum? This is a little bit less experience than a single Fate in Bosnia would give you. Oh, speaking of Bosnia, I'm at the part of Bosnia where the next step in the storyline is to go to Delibrum Reginae, which is a many-player instance that nobody ever wants to do anymore, ever in the history of this video game currently. The modern history of it, I guess. So I might not be able to progress in Bosnia anymore, or like ever make a relic, unless I go way out of my way to do so. I don't think Sucro is like excited about combat necessarily. She might be getting hyped, but probably not about combat. Probably about learning. Sucro's just determined to carry on and win and go forward and help people and so on. Dynamis waves hands vaguely. It may not be the most inventive solution, but what if we were able to make what if we were to make an even stronger pesticide? Ah, but how? Assuming that's a yes, I'll need you to get your hands on the luncheon toad's poison gland. I'll take care of the rest. Oh my, despite their adorable name, those toads are not to be trifled with. Think you're up to it? The buffoon clearly isn't, so I'd say you're our only hope. I don't know why this is the Shaggles voice, but it is. I take it he's skipped right to asking for your assistance. You'll find the toads roaming near Numa, I believe. Do take care now. Have you managed to take out one of those toads yet? Remember, those toads would just as soon have you for luncheon. The toads are really quite delicious once you extract the poison gland. Just a friendly tip. Right, over here then. Time to go beat up a toad. I will contemplate a boiled egg on the way. Is it the voice that I've chosen? I've learned how to make a delicious pasta from books in the Archeon. I think that's probably pretty accurate to animals. I think there's probably many animals, plants, and like fungi and so on that fit a similar description. By the way, have you ever looked at one of the toad's faces up real close? Have you ever perceived them? You've done so now, assuming you were looking at the screen. Oh, that's a really good emote. And accurate to both the toads and a shiny Geodude. Of which I have 2 in Pokemon Sleep for some reason, because my video game luck is very funny. I've mentioned wanting to play a Fire Emblem game before, I think. And part of why is because my video game luck is historically very funny, so I really want to see what happens with stat gains in Fire Emblem. I'll be like, alright, time to field the worst character in Fire Emblem Echoes Shadows of Valentia. What? How did they gain every stat on level up, including move? Even though that's not in that game. How did this become Fire Emblem Thracia 776 for a microsecond? In terms of this game, I found a ether pool level on the first floor of Palace of the Dead when I had plus 90 already, more than once. As an example. I'm not entirely sure how I like Warrior compared to Paladin. You know what? Let's do a Fate. Why not? Arbitrarily. I like Warrior. I'm a fan of playing a character in a video game that is really annoying to kill. Well, I mean, annoying as if the AI could feel annoyance with you. A character that's really difficult to kill. And also I like characters that have a lot of life steal or life recovery for some reason. I guess I just like seeing number go back up. So like, at least conceptually, I like Warrior a lot. And like, it's pretty fun to play, too, I guess. Like, Warrior is ridiculously impossible to kill in a lot of scenarios. Oh, I didn't realize the Fate was running out. Well, that's fine. It's funny. All the toads just ran away because I was too scary. Oh, I actually am not... I'm 0% mad right now. Ah, judging by the smell, I think it's safe to assume you got what I asked for. Allow me to tuck that away before we all pass out from the stench. Filled to the brim with deadly toxin, and smells of it too. Oh, by the way, with this outfit, I went to a different world to spend money on the gloves that I'm wearing because they were too expensive for the amount of money that I had in on Famfrit, so I had to go to Leviathan to find them cheaper. And now I have very little money because I bought gloves. Out of smell, out of mind. And now I've got all I need to make one of the most potent pesticides out there. Hold on just a moment. Gasp. Director, what exactly are you making here, and why does it smell like the inside of a toad? And you, Naweli Tia, I believe your job requires you bring any missing specimens back to the Archeon, not take them on a tour of the realm. Gasp. Please, allow me to explain. And then he did. Nod. I see why you feel such drastic action is needed. However, I cannot permit you to release such a potent pesticide inside my Archeon. Paladin and Gunbreaker do feel sort of similar, for what it's worth. I don't know how to describe it in more detail, but they do feel similar. They are both capable of healing allies, that's true, but so is Warrior. But yeah, they both have their fight or flight, or whatever the Gunbreaker one is called. It could damage that which is housed within, and there's no telling how it might affect Labyrinthos' environment once the fumes inevitably escape the building. Well, whilst the pesticide we currently use may be on the weaker side, that is also one of its strengths. It has a negligible impact on the environment. You clearly haven't given your plan much thought. Fear not, I shall come up with a solution in due course. For now, let us return the specimen to the Archeon. There's little to be gained by allowing a troll to ruminate on such matters, no matter how odd it may be. Ah, me another chance. I can't sit back and watch those marvelous books be destroyed. Is it addressing me? Nod. Explain. It truly wishes to protect the tome so strongly. Very well, in light of you having discovered the woodworm issue in the first place, I shall grant you one more chance to present a solution. Should you prove capable of ridding us of the infestation, I promise to cease treating you as a mere specimen. Assuming that you come up with a solution all on your own, of course. You are forbidden from consulting the researchers, understood? Nod. Seeing this tiny little troll nod is funny. What if the solution is that I go hit it with an axe until it explodes? Will that cause any problems? I mean, that seems like the obvious choice. Oh, I'm so sorry you got dragged into this. It's all my fault for acting so rashly. Yeah, Warrior, Nascent Flash over here is a, you can give something to a target party member. And then Shake It Off over here is a party mitigation thing, and so is Reprisal, of course. But Reprisal is a tank action that they all get. And then, like, Warrior has a lot less active, like, party mitigation than some tanks, I think, at least according to a website that has a little pros and cons list for everybody. But like Paladin, they have Divine Veil, Passage of Arms, and Reprisal. Passage of Arms is awkward, and I wonder if they're gonna make Passage of Arms an AoE around you instead of a cone behind you. Similar to what they did for like Warrior AoE damage. And then, I don't actually have Gunbreaker. Hold on. So what does Gunbreaker have? Well, my boaster. Gunbreaker has... Oh, this was another outfit I was considering, I guess. But Gunbreaker has Heart of Light, Heart of Stone, which is also Heart of Corundum, I think. Eventually, you can... So you can use your frequent Gunbreaker mitigation that's equivalent to like bloodletting or whatever on anybody. And you can also use Aurora on anybody. Ah, the carrot pudding is still over here. And then, yeah. There's probably more similarities. Oh, and, with Paladin, you can also use... Like, Sheltron over here is sort of equivalent to Bloodletting and Heart of Corundum. But then you also have Intervention, which is that, but for someone else. That also uses the gauge. And Paladin's gauge is basically entirely for defense. It's those two things in cover. Whereas Warrior's gauge is for kill. And Gunbreaker's gauge, well, resource building is also for kill. Dark Knight's gauge is for both, I think? Yeah, the specific website... Let me Final Fantasy XIV Warrior Guide on Icy Veins. The specific way they phrase the warrior's strengths and weaknesses is strengths, massive healing utility, high burst windows, lowest cooldown on tank and vulnerability. Weaknesses, only tank without percentage-based party mitigation. So yeah, warrior does not have give party take less damage from attack button. They have reduced damage dealt by enemies and give party a shield and regen. But they do not have, like... Well, this one is percentage based. So what's Shake It Off based on if it's not percentage? No, it is percent. Well, that's not what they mean then, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, I think Scholar is probably one of the jobs that is... Ah, it's percent of max HP, not damage taken. Got it. That is the difference. Gunbreaker also has a magic-specific mitigation. But yeah, I think Scholar and Astrologian are probably jobs that are on the list of jobs to be reworked. I think they actually said that every job is going to be slightly reworked in 7.0, actually, recently. Like, they said they were gonna, like, rework some skills and add some new skills for everything, or something like that. I don't know. Did I talk to you again? Yeah, I did. I worry that I won't be able to come up with a way to solve our problem. I'm hanging around and think on my own for a bit. It's alright, you don't need to interpret for me. Even I can tell he's struggling with the weight of this task. You know, creatures like trolls tend to perk up when someone pets them. Why don't you show Shaggles some affection? He might pretend not to like it at first, but trust me, he'll warm up to it soon enough. Objective, pet Shaggles. You can pet the troll in Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker. You know, given that I've spent almost an hour on... There you are. I've spent almost an hour on this one questline. I don't know how many streams doing all the ether currents will take. I can't come up with anything good. I'm just a little creature. Shaggles is down in the dumps. Perhaps betting it would help him cheer him up. I'm just a little guy. It's my birthday. Ah, what are you doing? I'm not a dog. Honestly, what the hell was that? Still seems melancholic. Ah, you know, I actually feel a bit better now. Smile, nod. Smile, nod. Seems like he's back to his old self. Listen, Shaggles, if anyone can do this, it's you. I normally call him a buffoon and move on, but I'm the who nearly destroyed Labyrinthos' ecosystem by unleashing a super-strength pesticide. If anyone's a fool, it's me. Shake head. I know I'm forbidden from consulting the researchers, but I can ask you for advice, right? Nod. You must have fought your fair share of foes on your adventures. How do you take down the especially ones? Harness all my strength. I focus on their weaknesses. I simply end them. Okay. Something about Sucro just making a blank face with this option highlighted. I don't know what the most Sucro option is, but this one's funny. I just destroy him. Ah, that's very morbid, thank you. I suppose the easiest way to end any creature is to stop it from breathing, depriving them of the air they need to survive. I bet we could starve the worms of oxygen with the gas emitted when you pour hydrochloric acid on limestone. We'll need to evacuate the staff and other living specimens, but it wouldn't damage the tomes or documents. We won't know if it'll work unless we gotta go. Noalitia can get the acid, so I just need you to find some limestone. There's more than enough for the taking in the third acid. Meet us at the Archeon once you have it. I don't know what the Sucro answer to that question is, but also it was the funniest choice. I get the impression you've come up with a solution. Would you mind filling me in? Brilliant! Though I'd best at least pretend to be looking after Shaggles while I fetch that acid. Please do get that stone in the meantime. Nod. I don't understand why we can't just hit them until they stop. Is there really a whole infestation, or is it just like one worm? Even if it is an infestation, I can hit them a bunch until they all stop doing things. I mean, it's just worm. Maybe they're worried the violence is gonna destroy the books if I just choose violence. Because I mean... Oh. I think if I did any warrior AoEs, the books would explode, probably. So that's fair, actually, I guess. You know, fair enough. I hadn't really heard or appreciated the Labyrinthos night theme much before. Paladin is a fair bit more complex than Warrior. I think in terms of complexity in tanks, in terms of like buttons at least, if not complexity, from order from least to most, it's Warrior, Paladin, Dark Knight, Gunbreaker. For like amount of actions per minute at least. Amount of button presses. Although maybe Dark Knight is just like more concentrated, a bunch of button presses than... And Gunbreaker is more consistent, a bunch of button presses or something. Gunbreaker is often described as being close to a DPS. Including by the party I wound up with in a Bosnia event that was 6 warriors, a red mage, and a gunbreaker. One of the warriors was like, there's a blue DPS hiding amongst the warriors. In fact, I think I saved an image of that party. Maybe not. No, I don't have it. Yeah, that makes sense. As far as jobs with an intricate clockwork kind of feel, I think machinist probably also fits that description pretty well, in my opinion. Gunbreaker and machinist actually have some similarities in how they feel to play. I am going to be right back before continuing this. Which means, of course, it's time for a funny minigame. Congratulations to those who won, and condolences to those who did not. It was that. Very graceful, Sucro. Do you not find the 33rd facet to be a bit scary? I'm terrible with gloomy places like that. Everyone's out and we've got the acid as promised. Did you keep your end of the bargain? Basically sufficient limestone. Run-of-the-mill limestone that will nevertheless produce the desired chemical reaction. Many errors. I'll be right back. I filled the test room with gas. Now we only need wait and see what happens. Nod. Ah. You know, I've been on my own almost as long as I can remember. I do recall that I constantly questioned my parents, which is probably what led to them giving up on me altogether. That same intelligence, or belligerence, depending on who you saw me rescued and brought here. Made me interesting, I suppose, but I've only ever been treated as a specimen. You're the first person I've been able to have an actual conversation with. For the longest time, the Archeon's books were my only friends. They were both my loyal companions and my window from which I gazed upon the outer world. That's why I can't stand by and let them be destroyed. Naturally, I'd love for my intelligence to be recognized so that I might become a researcher in my own right. But more than anything, I want to protect the Archeon. Nod, smile. It worked! It actually worked! The pests are no more and the tomes look good as new. Well done. Your method is both effective and safe. We shall waste no time in using it to rid the entire facility of woodworms. As promised, you'll no longer be treated as a mere specimen. From now on, you're an apprentice researcher. Ah, thank the heavens the Archeon will be safe once more. And allow me to thank you for everything. I couldn't have done it alone. My very first project as an apprentice will be to study how to produce sounds just like your kind do. After, if I want to be a researcher, I need to learn how to speak with people other than you. Nod. It's good to see Shaggles looking so pleased. Thank you for all you've done for us. Oh, but before you go, could you perhaps tell me what he thinks of me? She's shaking her head. He calls you a buffoon regularly, or he's rather disparaging. Well, to be honest, he calls you a buffoon pretty often. Oh, is that so? Ah, but he's too adorable to be angry with. Come, let me pet you. Flee. Cease this, you buffoon! I'm no one's pet! No, come back! We clearly knows how to read, unlike Kid Icarus. Shrug. Oh no, you can choose... You can choose Archon Loaf, should you want to. But would you want to? It's very funny that that's like an option.
You may opt into Archon Loaf at any time.
So that's that questline. I want to see Shaggles wearing a little coat. And little spectacles. I want a minion that is a little troll wearing a coat and spectacles. And now we have some options here. Well, is there anything on the higher level? No. So wait. That was one ether current quest. There's 2 here. No, there's 3 here. Okay, these are the other 3. The lad in Labyrinthos. Musclefred is awfully worried about something. Musclefred? Probably not Musclefred. That's what happens when you exercise too much. Oh, what am I to do? Ah, you're that adventurer who helped out the students of Valdesian, aren't you? I suppose it matters not to you, but my son seems to have run away. Why was there a child here in the first place? Or I thought only researchers lived here. Wait, why was there a kid around here? Oh, yes. Simply put, my wife and I work at Aporia, and she happened to conceive whilst we were living here in Charlene Hamlet. I assure you, we had many sleepless nights wondering if we should quit our jobs and leave Labyrinthos, or entrust the child to a friend of ours who dwells somewhere more suitable. Ultimately, we decided to continue our work whilst raising the child here. After all, our research is focused on the very future that our offspring will inhabit. The issue is, however, that the magic that prevents us from revealing anything confidential is too potent to be used on children. Of course, we can't allow the little one to roam freely. There's no telling what he might impart onto others, so he spent his entire life thus far within the confines of Charlene Hamlet. We recently had a slight spat with him and, well, he decided to flee. I imagine me going after him would only make things worse. Could I ask you to talk to him in my stead? I'm sure he'd be much more willing to listen to, anyone other than his parents at this point. Leave it to me. Thank you. Verpalain, my boy, is most likely in the plaza to the east. I cannot imagine he's struck out any further on his own. This questline feels a little bit like it's taking place in the past, because I don't think the need for secrets is too great at this point. Hello, Verpalain, or Paul, for short, perhaps. Oh, who are you? I'm a cat. Wait. I'm just a cat. I guess you've seen a cat before, right? Paul. Do not panic. Hey. I'm not going to go home so easily. You probably won't believe me either, but I've noticed that all is not right in Labyrinthos. Why don't you try telling me about it first? What's the matter? Gasp. Fine, I'll tell you what I've seen. The color of the artificial light here changed recently. I'm sure most people haven't noticed, but when you've spent your whole life here, the difference is like... it's like night and day. Even so, no one will take me seriously when I bring it up, all because of my age. Got into a big fight with Father about it. But Labyrinthos is in danger. Who knows what would happen if the artificial sun broke? That's why I can't go home just yet. I need to get to the bottom of this first. Although, I am scared to venture outside on my own. They say there's countless monsters out there. I don't suppose you could come with me? I could pay you. It's not much, but I do get pocket money from my parents. I'll gladly take your money, or you don't need to pay me. No, you don't need to pay me. Don't worry about it. I'll help. I thought you were different from the rest, but now you're treating me like a child too. What? Hey, no. This is a proper deal, alright? You've got to take my money to make it binding. Okay. Then it's settled. No, I just don't take people's money. That's why I'm extremely low on money. All of these ether current quests that you can just like be like, okay, bye, as soon as the problem is presented to you because you've learned what you need to from them. Here comes the sun. I'm ready to go if you are. I suppose I should tell you a bit about the artificial sun first. It's got an engine called a reactor that burns with fire ether. My theory is that the reactor has too much ether now, and that's what's changed its color. Ergo, we should go to Phoebos. I know someone who works there helping to control the artificial sun. I bet he'll let us have a look around. It's in the medial circuit, so we should head for Logisticon Alpha first. Follow me so you don't get lost. I mean, this seems like a pretty concerning issue. If the child has indeed identified a real problem. Imagine you live in the science zone and your kid is like, hey, why is the sun a different color suddenly? And you're like, oh, it's nothing, don't worry, you're 12. Or whatever. They don't usually let me into the medial circuit, but having you here changes everything. Nod. Explain. Hello again, Verpalain. You and your friend are free to go through. I'm helping. You have my thanks. It's so tiresome having your freedoms limited because of your age. Anyway, let's make our way to Phoebos. So you've maybe been here before, even though you're not allowed to be here? Apparently. Is this the impression I'm getting? There's some sort of fate happening over here. It's toads again. Always the toads. That's what I thought. Oh, hello. Are you to look around? I must emphasize that touching the buttons within, however tempting, is not permitted. He said I can go and have a look. Wait here, I'll let you know if I find anything. But I want to poke the buttons. They're very shiny. Sounds like somebody's pressing something, or flipping a switch or something. Well, he showed me the control panel, but there didn't seem to be anything wrong. The reactor's records didn't contain anything worth noting either. That's what you were worried about, eh? You do realize this place has been around as long as Labyrinthos, and we've never had a single problem. Nor have we been able to confirm this change in the light's hue you speak of. Are you certain you didn't just stare at the sun too long? We advise against that for a reason, you know. Shake head. They can talk down to me all they want, but I know what I saw. If there's nothing wrong here, then it simply means the root of the problem lies elsewhere. Let's go. Nod. I mean, I guess it is also possible that you mistook what you saw for something else, but, like, still. Thank you for sticking around. It's nice to be believed for once. Now that it's clear the problem doesn't lie here, we should move on. Let's take a look at the supply route the fire-aspected ether travels along from the elemental reactor to the artificial sun. I learned a while ago that the sun automatically goes into overdrive to maintain its brightness if it gets less fire ether than it needs. If that's what's happening, then there must be a problem with the reactor's ether supply. To know for sure, we'll need to check the flow of the ether to see if there are any spots where it's abnormally weak. To do that, though, we need an aetherometer. Maybe you can borrow one from Mariel Agronomics. They won't have to. Then we won't have to go out of our way.
I learned a while ago that the sun automatically goes into overdrive.
You know, now that you point it out, that is a heck of a sentence, isn't it? Also, this kid sure knows a lot, so I feel like he deserves recognition and respect more than he's getting. Ah, you found one. See? I fed them a lie about helping with some research and they lent me an aetherometer. Come on, let's see if we can pick up any abnormal readings. Just as I thought, the concentration of fire ether is too low. It seems to be weakest at an area south of here. That must be where the problem lies. You can tell that from just the aetherometer, or you're wise beyond your years. I was just thinking this, so. You're pretty smart for a kid. Well, when you've got a father who's an expert in etherology and a mother who's a mathematician, you learn a thing or two. What's more, I was born and raised here. It'd be embarrassing if I didn't know it better than everyone else. Let's get to the bottom of this. Are all of the labyrinthos quests going to be about someone who knows, like, someone who's not given the respect they deserve for one reason or another? All of these people who could basically be researchers but are dismissed because they're kids or a troll that's a kid or whatever. I've identified the problem. There's an Anala here. They're normally only found near the elemental reactor. Can't say for sure if it came here on purpose or simply got lost, but either way, it's clearly been feeding on fire-aspected ether. Most of the ether travels deep underground on its way from the reactor, but the supply route is close to the surface here. I imagine the Anala must be pretty powerful at this point if it's been here absorbing all of that ether. No doubt its core is full of it. If I can just get my hands on that core, I could use it to convince the adults that I was right all along. You think you can slay it for me? Sucro can kill!
To the stars. A living weapon. Adversaries purified. Behold my demons.
Destroy!
Indeed. Nicely done! Can you show me the core? The core brutally ripped out of an Anala. So this is what an abundance of ether can do to their cores. It's massive. Father and the others will have no choice but to believe me when they see this. Fell cleave, but also inner chaos. Nod. Come on, let's waste no time in showing this to Father. It's time he acknowledged that I'm right. So this is where you've been hiding. Oh, good timing. Father, fancy seeing you here. I was just about to come home and tell you that I found the problem with the sun. Are you still harping on about that? You could have got yourself hurt pursuing this nonsense. And you, I told you to bring my son back to me, and instead you go off gallivanting with him. He's right, you know, or we've got proof that not all is well. We found proof that something's up. Fine, I shall hear what you have to say. Nod. Explain. Hand over. Oh my, I've never seen a core like this in my life. I see no reason to doubt your suggestion that it was feeding on the fire aspected ether. So you finally admit I was right about the sun? Well, yes, however that matters not now that I know how serious the situation is. What do you mean? Sukra's already slain the Anala. Surely everything will go back to normal now. Shake head. I'm afraid not. If the artificial sun was under such strain for a prolonged period of time, it could be on the verge of combusting by now. Oh, that's not good. Surprise. We'll need to cool it post-haste. Alas, this requires multiple soma cores. The constructs can be found by Kokol's forge. Pray, please, we've got no time to waste. You must retrieve 2 cores for me. We'll begin the process at Phoibos. Find us there when you have the cores in hand. Nod. Well, alright then. Gotta go this way. My mic was muted for a second and I forgot. I forget why it was muted. I forget how long it's been muted for. Probably not that long. Whoop. Dang it. I think I just muted it to type something, actually. This Ether Current questline is, I think, a little bit less lengthy than the previous one, because it seems like we are close to a resolution already. So far, I'm feeling like it's a good idea that, and it is worth it to do the entire line of quests connected to Ether Currents, though. At least for these ones. Oh, you're level 88. For a questline that allegedly syncs to your level. It's kind of funny that one requires you to fight level 88 enemies on the overworld. Slight oversight, perhaps, arguably, but perhaps not. Something that's very funny about Warrior and probably other tanks is that you don't really even need to step out of AoEs in the overworld, like, at all. Even if you're doing Fates, you can just sort of stand there and not care at all about anything. Especially if you are using Raw Intuition or Bloodwetting. In Warrior's case. Doing anything as a warrior... I've located the card-playing rabbit. Doing anything as a warrior when you don't actually have those abilities yet is pretty funny. Well, not funny. Less funny and more like, oh god, why am I not able to destroy everything? Before a warrior has access to raw intuition, it's just kind of like, well, shrug. Guess I have to pretend that I respect the enemies in this area. Tomato has detected me. I guess I don't need to mute things to type. It's not super loud or anything. Oh, hey. Hello, Verpauline's mother. You got the cores? Pray give them to my father. To think all this was happening right under our noses. My son has told me all about how you helped him. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Did you manage to procure the cores? A core filled with ice-aspected ether. Splendid. Then let us save our son. Sound of son being saved. Sucro. Sucro looks so impatient here. I wanted to see all the buttons and the switches and the levers. I wanted to see what it looked like, but they wouldn't let me inside. I'm gonna pout now. All right, I think we can finally relax. The artificial sun is stable once more. Clearly, we were also enveloped in our own research that we neglected to keep an eye on the systems that allow us to live down here in the first place. I shudder to think what could have befallen us had you and my son not taken action. You have my thanks for saving us from disaster. Thumbs up. Nod. And I owe you something else, my son, an apology. I was a fool to ignore your warnings simply because of your age. Shake head. It's fine, father, really. In that case, might you be interested in helping find potential improvements for the systems that govern our son? Nod. Of course, I can think of several already. Nod. Various discussion. Sucro, I want to thank you properly for being so helpful. Could you come and visit me again in Charlene Hamlet? Nod. Carbuncle. Someone had a carbuncle, so I was looking at it. Someone also has a funny dog up there. Thank you again. Here's your reward. It's my pocket money, with an additional something from my parents. I was so happy that you listened to me and decided to trust my knowledge. I hope our paths cross again when I've become a researcher in my own right. I'll be sure to make you proud. So this isn't ether current related, but it is connecting the last two things that we just did. I think that Aya mentioned this to me in her notes on these. So, you know what? Ah, hello again. Thanks once more for your help in sorting out the sun. I've actually got something else to ask if you're willing to hear me out. It concerns a new friend of mine, a young troll that I found wandering around these parts recently. Obviously, he's not capable of speech, but he can clearly understand me when I talk to him. You do believe me, right? Oh, yeah, Shaggles. What a peculiar name. Well, that makes explaining the situation much easier. I last saw him by Logisticon Alpha. Let's go and see if he's still there. Is this vaunted? I don't remember who said that line, or what the name that you just said is referring to. I understand Start Runner. Ah, Ariage. Got it. Right. I think this is some of my favorite area music, the daytime labyrinthos theme. This is my new friend. Howdy. Ah, I've been searching all over for you, you know. Since we last met, I decided to use magics to improve my vocalization. For that, I've read my fair share of tomes on the subject. That was fast. I talked to you like 30 minutes ago. It seems you're kinda capable. Well, I guess actually, since that was a quest you would have been able to do during the early part of Labyrinthos, time could have passed between these two. It seems you're kinda capable of making your vocal cords vibrate thanks to your ability to breathe through your mouths. Alas, we trolls are incapable of doing so. Oh, what? However, I managed to adapt a wind-aspected spell to enable me to communicate properly. Not that there's anything wrong with nasal gars, mind you. Okay, so you breathe through your nose but not your mouth. Interesting. I'm not gifted enough to activate the spell on my own, so I set out in search of you once more. It was then that I bumped into this clever child. What happened to Noelle Tia, or what happened to the buffoon? What about Noelle? He wouldn't have been any help, so I left without him. Clearly I made the right choice. While I might not be able to speak with this boy, he still managed to bring you to me. You can understand what he's saying? Simply amazing. I knew he had to have some way of communicating. Nod. I gather he knows a thing or two about ether as well. Would you mind telling him what I just told you, pretty girl? Explain. So that's what he'd been trying to tell me about. Of course I'll do my best to help. The wind-aspected ether vented by the earthen reactor ought to help. If we fiddle with the reactor's settings a bit, we should even be able to create our own blustery vortex of the stuff. That should be all you need to cast your spell. See, I've got an eye for people. Now take me to this reactor. Explaining. Right this way. This sounds like it could cause a problem, but I hope it doesn't. I have to do a spin sometimes. Even when it makes it difficult to go up the stairs, I must do a spin. What's going on over here? Oh yeah, the frailty of life again. I'm actually too low level for that. What a splendid boy he is. I look forward to discussing all kinds of things with him once I'm able to talk. I'll be back in a bit. I just need to go tinker with the reactor's settings. I learned all about this when I was coming up with ways to better the systems for the artificial sun. All done. I think our wind-aspected ether vortex should pop up somewhere to the west. Keep your wits about you. There's every chance the high concentration of ether will attract fiends. We don't have any means of protecting ourselves, so we'll need your help. Let us know when you're ready. I'm always ready. For fighting, I guess. On account of being pretty powerful. And all that. Yep. Westward go! Shaggles and Verpalain are now accompanying you. Keep them at your side in order to proceed with quest objectives. I didn't expect this. They're native to the Rue homeland in the north, and killing one is a rite of passage in that culture. Huh. Interesting. Professor Sucro is taking her class on a field trip right now, I guess. They might know more about certain things in Labyrinthos than she does, though, so... I think there's a wind-aspected ether up there, perhaps. Looks like I have to go around. Good thing they're immune to AoEs. A little bit sniffly today, apparently. Hey, it's an ether current, basically. Artificial wind-aspected ether current. There should be a prompt to attempt to attune to it. Now that we found the current, we simply need to let Shaggles take care of the rest. So this is it, huh? Let me give it a go, then. Ahem. Can you hear me? Nod, cheering. Brilliant! I can finally talk! How wonderful! There's so much I want to talk to you about. Oh, Father, what brings you here? Well, if it isn't my favorite buffoon, how'd you know I'd be here? You can speak? Oh, even your voice is adorable. A pleasure to see you again. I was just looking for my boy. I have something of great importance to impart upon him. It's a pleasure for me as well. I'd been wanting to speak with Shaggles myself, and now he can reply. In that case, why don't you all join me and Charlie and Hamlet? There's someone I'd like you to meet. Questioning head tilt? You know, Verpalain probably thinks Archon bread is alright, because he's probably been raised on it to some degree. He gets a bonus to, like, speed of acquiring the taste of Archon bread, Archon loaf. For better or for worse. I could just teleport. Ahem. Over here. Many people are here. Here I am, finally able to talk, and people instantly decide they have more important things to share. Ah. It's lovely that Shaggles can talk, but I do wish he'd stop mocking me. Sounds like you've helped my son yet again. You have my thanks. Thank you so much for always looking after our son. So that's the troll and the boy I've heard so much about. So what's this all about? Alas, that is not for me to explain. We have someone here from the studium who will do the honors instead. That would be me. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. I come bearing a message for you two from the Scholarch himself. You mean myself and Verpalain? Nod. Correct. Master Verpalain and Master Shaggles, was it? Ahem. Would you two perchance be interested in pursuing an education at the studium? Gasp. Word of your recent accomplishments has reached us, and we are all most impressed by your abilities. It would be our honor to welcome you to our institution and help nurture your talents while providing you with ample opportunities to learn. I can hardly believe my ears, but I'm not about to turn down the chance of a lifetime. Of course I'll enroll. What's the matter, Verpalain? You've more than proved yourself ready to face greater intellectual challenges, to leave Labyrinthos and expand your horizons. It's just that Labyrinthos is all I've ever known. How can I be sure I'll succeed out there? I know a pair that entered the studium at 11, or I know you've got what it takes. I've heard of people who entered the studium when they were real young. This'll be no problem for you. Thank you for trying to reassure me, only I won't know anyone there. Ah, what are you talking about? You know me, don't you? Don't tell me you plan to spend your whole life in this fishbowl. There's a whole world out there to explore. Says the troll who's never left Labyrinthos either. Silence, buffoon! Group laughter. Nod. All right, you've convinced me. I'll go. Splendid. Now there are just a few sheaves of paperwork to take care of, so I'll need to borrow your guardians for a bit. Is Noelle the troll's guardian now? None of this would have happened if we hadn't met, would it? Nod. I never would have gotten this opportunity or made such a wonderful new friend without you. Thank you. I really mean it. Nod. Farewell. Smile, nod. Aw. What a delightful little set of quests. Both of those, all three of those. Oh, there they go. That was fun. That makes me wonder if I can, like, find them in Charlian. Probably not, but I do want to check. I want to go check the Studium. Wherever that is. It's over there. It's the place that's labeled the Studium, surprisingly. Thancred and Urianger should be in Charlian somewhere, too. And there also should be some people in the Annex. Let's take a look around. We'll take a break from some of the ether currents to see if we can find people. Here's Kialeapo, who we talked to briefly, and is in charge of gathering related shenanigans, I believe. Nobody in here. Just students doing student things. I haven't talked to, like, a lot of these people weren't around here before, I think. My lazy friend tried to talk the professor into extending our report deadline, as if an impending apocalypse is any excuse for lateness. Ythubtia, I think you might have some skewed priorities. Oh! Oh, this is a funny place for a, sightseeing log. Professor Sucro at the lectern. Guess there's nobody in the studium by the looks of things. Let's take a look around Charlian for a bit, see if we can't find people. Oh, right. There's also... I need to see if my retainers have anything funny. Lost Allegan bracelet. Distance Karos? Wait. Heck is a distance Karos? That is a... This must be like a dungeon item or something that I don't... It's from the newest dungeon? 625. Or that's from 6.4. I've never been given a 6.4 item from my retainers before, I think. That's kind of funny. You saw that retainer's inventory for 1 second. Baker's stall. Tahanatos, did you go into a market and steal an entire market stall? Tahanatos, did you... Well, good job, I guess. And a Darber jacket defending. Now that's like 6.1 or 6.2. I know that one. very fluffy. How does this die again? Yeah. This is... It's fluffy. It's not a bad... This is like a very... I think this has like too many details for me personally. It's very elaborate. That's just my opinion though. I need to figure out reliable methods of converting poetics and serpent seals to just gil. Like, I know I can attempt to sell borax and the like, but that's usually fighting the market boards. So yeah, there's like a billion quests around here, by the way. I think we knew that already. I'm gonna look around and see if I can find some scions. Well, here's Jamming Way. Jamming Way's not a scion, but maybe they should be. No one at the last stand, I guess. Fair enough. Yeah, I know that there's some at the Baldessian Annex. I wrote it down. I mentioned that earlier. Kryl and Graha said they would be at the Baldessian Annex. But Thancred and Urianger just said they would be in Charlian. So I'm looking elsewhere first. Ah, there's a sightseeing log point over here. I really could have gotten access to the sightseeing log way earlier. Oh, hey, Wandering Minstrel. I'll talk to you eventually, maybe. Hey, you. Not long has passed since I reviewed your application for entry, but yet it feels like a lifetime ago. Not once during your immigration procedure did I imagine that you would one day become the savior of our star. That's all you have to say? Not like an apology for the shenanigans? I bet there's a lot of dialogue here that's different now. It's wonderful that the world's been saved and all, but our lives haven't changed one bit. At least the incoming shipments have returned to a reasonable pace. There's probably a lot of incidental things I could talk to people about and learn about. We're moving at a relaxed pace. There's no hurry. What's over here? Oh, you're the one I got the sightseeing log from, right? No wonder I didn't find it earlier. You have to go out of your way to find it. Rare instance of a door that you can't enter that does not have a no entry sign. Well, I don't think she knew that I was a very heroic hero who done heroic stuff before. A lady lost her mammoth designed to look like the person she loves, and it looks like Alize? Huh. Ah, you're the who are you, what is this place one? You call me the hero of the Scions now, though. Ever since that ship departed for the stars, more and more people have been coming to pray at the statue. Everyone wants what's best for this world. Hello, Sumitu. Seeing the Ragnarok return from beyond the stars is a moment I'll never forget, not for the rest of my days. The gazettes are cover to cover with articles describing that Eorzean's heroism. There are plenty of opportunities for daring do and rods at Han, I suppose, and I'm grateful the final days were halted before those horrific events engulfed the entire star. I may be behind the news, but that does not mean I lack interest in worldly matters. Speaking of which, I was just about to question my companions here on that end-of-the-world problem and if they'd solved that yet. Well, it would seem the Scions and their pet champion have succeeded in saving our world, and I thought they were capable of little more than mindless conflict. Yeah. All mindless conflict, your face. I suppose I wouldn't be here enjoying Zurek today if not for the Scions and those who helped build the Ragnarok. Hopefully they're all able to enjoy a nice bowl of soup now and relax a bit. Yeah, everyone has new dialogue. What a joyous moment to be alive. I know I was of little help when you asked for it, but forgive me if I celebrate your victory nonetheless. Sandwiches and pretzels. Philosopher's sandwich. Is that part Archon bread? Or Archon loaf? Sucro level comeback? Oh, right. That's right, I established that Sucro's bad at comebacks. I should put that in the Sucro facts. I'll deadline you. That's absolutely a Sucro thing that she would say. This, I believe, is the person who starts Pandemonium or something like that, probably. Right, while we're here... No, Dark Knights are powered by love, not suffering. Hey, it's Graha and Kryl, looking at map. They're gonna have to add a section of that map over here later. Oh, Sucro, how good of you to visit. As you can see, there's little change with us, just pushing steadily along with our work. A typical day involves tending to our commissions, sorting research materials, and liaising with collaborators. It doesn't sound like much, but it keeps the few of us here busy. And few as we are, we've been able to keep your chamber as it is. If you ever need a place to rest your weary head, you're welcome to use it. Ojika, for one, would be pleased. Sucro, I didn't know you were in Charlian. You'll be staying a while, I hope. Lest you wonder, we've yet to receive a commission of note, and it hasn't been terribly exciting. The past few days have been mind-numbingly dull, in fact. Kryl has me sorting endless stacks of tomes. I'm still working through them at the moment, but perhaps later we can go and have a meal together. I should like to hear about your recent adventures, and of course I'd be more than amenable to embarking on one together. Graha just wants to do something. Graha is getting restless. Graha loves to read a giant stack of tomes, but Graha also wants adventure. Well, sorting and reading are different. Alright. I want to know where Urianger and Thancred are at. I'm preparing for my next debate. Who among the Scions can deal the most fearsome blow? It should come as no surprise that I'm arguing for my alumna Alize. There are those, of course, who believe Estinian to be the most powerful. You first-hand knowledge, so what say you? Or perhaps you think yourself the strongest of them? Well, I mean... Well... Objectively speaking, I did kinda like... I was relatively more involved in the final step to save the world. Like the final step, you know? But I am a tank and not a DPS. Pudding way! Right, you're here. I guess my pudding wasn't needed to stop the final days after all. But I persevere! Once people taste it, they'll be even happier than they were before the apocalypse started. I just know it. I believe in you, Pudding way. Anyone over here? Can Sucro read the millions of forbidden books yet? Did she earn book reading privilege? The state of the world matters not to me. It is truth, the truth hidden at the core of our star alone which carries weight in my eyes. All else is fulderal. I don't know what that means. I've said my piece, now leave me to my research. I'm reading a thesaurus right now. Just gonna run around Charlie and talk to everybody, I guess. Oh, hey. Sightseeing location. Oh. I think you let me reread the books I read earlier. Yeah, that's cool. That's handy. Recent events have inspired me to put quill to parchment and write a book of my own chronicling all that has happened. Then, hopefully, a copy will end up being stored here someday. Take a look. It's in a book. Reading Sucro. I'm thinking about those books. Anyway. So they're not in the Studium, they're not in the Numenon. They're not at the Last Stand. There's plenty of places they could be. I don't know why they'd be at Alphino's house, but, you know, maybe. Maybe somebody is. I mean, maybe Fortuno's here or something. Oh, I was so pleased to welcome the young Lord and Lady home. While I'm relieved to know our star has been saved, I'm admittedly more relieved that Lord Alphino and Lady Alice returned unscathed. This guy is standing at attention at all times. Apparently. Oh, hey, Emeliance. Sucro, how good of you to come. Would you care for a cup of tea or perhaps a light snack? No? Just as well. I've no doubt there's yet much for you to do, as Alphino's letters would attest. He writes more frequently than ever these days. Much to my surprise and delight, Fortuno actually reads his letters now, albeit always with furrowed brow. He knows Alphino will be fine, but much like me, he cannot help but worry. I guess Emeliance and I have the same hairstyle now. But this hairstyle was invented before she was in the game, so I technically learned about it first. So Emeliance is stealing Sucro's hair that Sucro wasn't using until now. There's a random side quest from a House Leveilleur servant. My friends just asked me which book they should consult to learn about the fabled hero of Eorzea, and I recommend they read my favorite, The White Yonder. Is there a book about me? My sister and I are praying for the world to be saved, which means I'm very busy and I have to ignore you now, sorry. But it's already kinda saved, kinda. I mean, like, never mind. Anyone over here? I've been having some great conversations with everyone now that we've got very little to worry about. That's a funny line. What about you? The world is saved, and more importantly, so is my house. Oh, this is truly the happiest of days. I feel like the world is saved, and more importantly, so is my house is something I could have written in like a Wargroove versus the Skelemons cutscene. Oh no! Papalymo's dad is here? Towering Sky. I've heard tell that the son of House Leveilleur, who I understand to be a student of Summonautics himself, was also present aboard the Ragnarok. He was the subject of much discussion among my colleagues and I. That line just had a very specific kind of energy. The world is saved and so is my house. That's probably true, yeah. Mischievous Mikote. Cat scheme. Scheming cat over here. I wonder what that's about. I almost want to just take random side quests that make me curious what they're about. But we've already spent over 2 hours. Panic-stricken Luperate. There's multiple rabbits here that lead to quests. Okay, so Ariage and Thancred probably have to be up here somewhere if they are actually in Charlian. As a scholar, all this talk of the final days and the ends of the heavens has piqued my curiosity. I certainly hope the forum will be publicly sharing what they've learned firsthand from the saviors of the star. I could tell you. I'm relieved that the crisis has passed, of course, but rather disappointed I could do absolutely nothing to assist. Perhaps I should consider a different approach, just like you-know-who. At any rate, you have our thanks. Oh, there's Cheating Way. I've learned so much about the naughtiness of your kind. It's clear to me that a weakness of spirit is what drives people to do bad things. But not me, not a chance. I'm gonna accomplish great things fair and square, as sure as my name's... never mind. Perfect. This is the Nymphaeum, a monument built in tribute to the water spirits. I think you're saying the same thing. What are your triple triad rules anyway? Care to engage me in the spot of triple triad? I'm quite good, you know. Rules in play are chosen at random. I see. I'm not an expert at triple triad by any means. I daren't battle the rabbit. This is the rostra where the forum convenes. What, do you wish for a tour? That's probably the same. Like, where else could they be at this point? I've always considered myself good with words, but I can find no way to properly express my gratitude for what you've done. I say that not as a member of the forum, but as one man who calls this star home. If they're not in the forum, I have no idea where they are at this point. I'll circle around it first. I mean, they could also be back here in the path to Labyrinthos, but, you know. Nobody's here right now except for one other player. I've made it my mission to find all of them. It is important. Nope. Nobody here. None of them, anyway. Things are finally back to normal now that the threat has passed. Never thought I'd find myself appreciating the pleasures of menial labor, but when you consider the alternative... Maybe they're in Labyrinthos? I don't know. Welcome to the Hall of Artifice. They just said Charlian. If anyone has any insight as to where Thancred and Urianger might be hiding, does anyone here have different things to say? Yes, they do. It's business as usual now that a certain doom has been averted. All thanks to you, of course. As a gesture of gratitude, I'll answer any questions you might have. He means new Charlian? Feel much better these days now that everything's back the way it was. Makes it much easier to get my work done. As you can see, I'm still hauling supplies about, but I think I'm actually starting to enjoy it. While my body is busy lifting and shifting, my mind is free to wander. That's fair. Right, so for the garlics, 5024 is listed as Garlean, 5025 is the solstice variety. Yes, I finally have it all sorted! Garlic has been solved! The update we've all been waiting for. This is for the Archeon, this is for Mariel Agronomics. New Charlian isn't somewhere where anyone would, like, need to be for any reason. Anyway, back to the Ether Current quests. I hope you enjoyed that side tangent, because I thought it was interesting. Gleaner's Wish. You're a visitor to Charlian, aren't you? You do have a woodly look about you. As a gleaner, I too have journeyed far and wide. Tell me, where is the farthest you have ventured? Far East, another world, I cannot say. I've been to a different world. So that's probably pretty far. Is that meant to be in jest? The look on your face tells me you're serious. Aye, you should do nicely. You see, I need a more experienced traveler to say a prayer for me before I leave for Girabanya. If you would do me the honor, the reactor operator by the tower to the south should have a lantern crystal prepared for the purpose. Please speak with the reactor operator and he will furnish you with a lantern crystal. So not every Ether Current questline is going to actually have like an elaborate questline. And unless this like goes bizarrely wrong somehow, I don't know how this could have one. Because this seems like a pretty straightforward quest in its premise. Are you here for the crystal? I hope it does some good for that gleaner. Those folks need all the luck they can get. Lanterns light the way through the darkness, a tool which can mean the difference between life and death. They're synonymous with safe passage, and as such it has become custom in recent days to imbue the crystals inside with the prayers of a more seasoned traveler. And today, that traveler is you. Simply face the crystal and pray for the safety of the traveler-to-be, if you will. Sucro, do a prayer. Sucro bonk her head on the box accidentally. A colleague recently told me about the power of Akasha, a concept taught in Razat Hand and how it reacts to strong emotion. I wonder if this method of praying to a crystal is a manifestation of that power. Well, that should about do it. With luck, your prayers will help guide the gleaner safely through the perils of his journey. And most of the Ether Current quests in general, like, the general idea of them is just as, like, world building, I think. The crystal is ready. You can take it to the gleaner who asked for it now. So, not every one of them has to be super elaborate or anything. And that's fine. This is a neat little detail of the world anyway. Wonder what this person's determined about. Take a look, it's in a book. I just made that reference joke a second ago. And then I said reading sucro. And then I realized that that sucro rhymes with rainbow and sounds very similar. You see. Anyway. Do you have a lantern crystal for me? Yes. You'll have my thanks. With your prayer fueling its light, I have faith that it will keep me safe until my return. And now I depart for Girabanya. I hope your travels are successful, as well as mine. I guess that's just a one-off. That's fair. We'll have some of those sometimes too. What is this? What is this Loporite one? There's funny rabbit in places. A job for a Loporite. The wandering Loporite is looking for work. I see. That quest inevitably leads to some shenanigans, I'm sure. Alright. Let the good times troll. Excuse me, ma'am. I couldn't help but notice you've a way about you that simply screams, I have an affinity for creatures of the wilds. And since I'm never wrong about such things, might I trouble you? Questioning head tilt. You see, amongst the troops of trolls living in the outer circuit, I came upon one who was sick beyond measure. I took the poor creature in at once and saw him healed, of course, but when I attempted to return him to his rightful home, he flew into a panic, as if he could not bear the thought of going back. To make matters worse, the troll saw fit to escape into a den of analas. I would go after him, but I'm so fumble-footed I'll scare him off like as not, and be torn from limb for my pains by the fiends. So I turned to you. Would you seek out this troll of which I spoke? I shall provide you with his favorite food, and with it you should be able to calm the piteous thing. Hopefully that will be enough to see his senses restored and for him to come hurrying back. And though I shudder to think of it, if any of those felanalas seek to impede you or pester that troll, make those beasts regret their interference. Oh, and don't worry, you'll be rewarded for your efforts. More troll-based questing. Yeah, I had no idea how long ether current stuff would take. And I did do a lot more of it than I needed to. But I guess this is actually going to be a fair number of streams instead of just like one. That's fair. We are not in a hurry. At this point. Arrgh. No troll can resist a fruit this ripe. In more than one way, according to your olfactory senses. Smell fruit. Wah! Troll appeased. I've still got like at least one Mario Wonder stream to do as well. Zuko tried to drive through lamppost. Zuko is very good at driving a motorcycle. I mean, I guess doing a spin constantly in midair would be pretty fancy as a motorcycle type trick that one could do. Arrgh. Look, he's returned. I can't thank you enough. I know they may not look it, but trolls are really quite intelligent. Indeed, they are an intrinsic part of the woodlands of Labyrinthos and keep it healthy and thriving. Though we have a responsibility to put down the more violent and unruly ones, most trolls such as this one are kind, docile things. In fact, my friend here has a real chance of becoming leader of his tribe, perhaps even guardian of the forest someday. It is we who saw these creatures removed from their natural habitats and relocated them within Labyrinthos. Thus, we have a responsibility to watch over them, to ensure they are well, and it would be too cruel to dispose of one simply because they're under the weather. Ah, yes, your reward, as promised. Now then, it's high time I saw this fellow return to the outer circuit. Farewell, adventurer. Labyrinthos, ether current attunement complete. Now we can take a look around. We can see the sights from above, from on high. Fly over the middle with the starship hangar? That's a good idea. It is spiral. Maybe there's someone in the starship hangar to see. This is technically still Charlotte, and maybe they're here. I wonder if you can land on this roof. What if Uriage was just up here for no reason? You can land on the roof. Imagine if Uriage was just standing right here. He was like, I have no idea how it was that I ended up in this location. Mayhap thee could provide me some assistance with getting down? No? It would make sense if there was a vista up there. Maybe there is somewhere, but it's not like directly in the center. Sucro is still mad. She's about 50% mad right now. Or determined. That dang warrior meter. Also, this has not really done much in the way of giving me experience points, so I am not likely to reach a higher level as a result of all of these shenanigans. Right, you can't fly in here, right? Oh, hey, they are here. Hello. Ah, fancy meeting you here. Come to look in on the starship, have you? I must say, it already feels like an age ago that we enhanced the vessel's ether burner and rode it forth into the great unknown. Sometimes I find myself gazing up at the starry sky, wondering if it was all just a dream. Once behind you, even the grandest adventures become but a memory. If you're actively flying when you enter, there's a unique error message. Let me see if I can activate that. I thought I was, but I guess not. There are no ether currents beyond this point. You cannot fly any further. Huh. That sounds like a general error message, but it's not anywhere else. Well, well, I know not what errand bringeth thee hither, but thine is ever a welcome presence. There being no inherent urgency to begin our wanderings, Thancred and I did decide to first see how fareth the discussions between the Forum and the Loporrits. I keep forgetting I can move during text boxes, and should it be necessary, lend our aid. When exploring the uses of the moon and ventures beyond the star, soon or late other parties will inevitably seek to be involved. We must needs ensure that the tendrils of dark designs are not permitted to wend their way into this endeavor. I see. We have to make sure that nobody uses the moon for evil. Yes, if it isn't Sucro, how have you been feeling? No dizziness or nausea or some ailment or other after the journey? In particular, if you're having hallucinations, it may mean that an alien life form has taken over your brain, and invasive surgery will be required to remove it. Wait. Living way? That was a jest. Did you like it? Uriage says it's useful for building rapport with you people. Anyway, you may have heard that I'll be staying on Aetheris for a while. We're exploring all sorts of ways to make use of the moon, which means we're going to need to establish regular flights there and back. Did you like my funny joke about aliens invading your brain? Through your efforts, our star and all life upon it yet lives. And to think this facility had a hand in its survival, why, it excites all manner of emotion. On behalf of my fellows, I thank you. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. Welcome back. Did you enjoy the Ragnarok's maiden voyage? Next time it sets sail, I'd like to try boarding it myself. I'm glad to see you made it back alive, thanks in no small part to the Ragnarok. We'll take immense pride in tuning her up for you. You know, I'm having a thought. I bet in the future the Ragnarok will again be relevant, because they will figure out how to use the Ragnarok as a ship to travel to other reflections with. Because it can already go to the end of the universe. So it seems like a reasonable starting point for traveling between the shards, right? Or at least similar technology could be employed. Potentially. And it would be funny to have a spaceship and then do nothing with it ever again. But, you know, we have a spaceship. Oh, Porshino. What are you doing here? Oh, 'tis you. Rest assured all is well here. Slowly but surely, we work to restore normalcy in the wake of the Exodus. There is much to be done, to discuss and decide, but it is a labor to cherish, afforded us by your victory. Once again, permit me to express my gratitude for your valorous deeds, not only as a member of the Forum, but simply as a parent. As much as they have grown and proven themselves, I ask you continue watching over my children. See that they do not engage in anything needlessly reckless. I fear my heart cannot take much more. I'm finding so many people that I didn't explicitly set out to find, like Porshino, and Emiliance, and Living Way. In addition to, like, all of the people I did expect to find. It'd be really funny if there was an invisible wall here that I couldn't... Can you... Okay, this is just pass-throughable. That's fair. There's a silly fact about the Ragnarok and the optional dungeons. Well, I have no idea what the optional dungeons even are. So that'll be fun. If nothing else, I need to see what this mysterious unknown area of Labyrinthos is before we leave. And I will do so while flying over and looking at the rest of it. Okay, I can't fly any higher than that. I just want to know if I can land on this. Yay! I guess in newer areas, there's no reason to make it so that you can't land on places like that. Hey. Wait. Troglyphile's deep. Oh, there's like an entrance to it. This is probably a place I could have gone to before. I have to delete this bird. The bird is marked for death. Goodbye. You as well. The guild ship punts are funny. I unlocked the rest of them off camera, which led into how I accidentally saw the first cutscene of, like, that's relevant to the variant dungeons. But there's, like, cutscenes attached to those that are basically, like, Sucro, what the heck? These people are asking for specimen samples from, like, the past and the moon and places that aren't real. Sucro, hell. Okay, so this is just a cave I could have gone to at any point. Instead of, like, a place I had to fly to, actually. Fair enough. Weird cave. Located. Now then. I doubt there's any Ether Current quest in Radz-at-Han itself. It sounds like they're just doing a Monster Hunter game, basically. There's probably... By the way, the Radz-at-Han music is different now that the game is done. So these are all probably... That sounds like Hildebrand there. This is probably all, like, various other side quests and stuff. Oh, and the, and this is the, Roll Quest epilogue over here. But yeah, this music wasn't present before. And also, there's, like, a bunch of traders and stuff around for... A place to train is the... Okay, that's the Stone Sea Sky equivalent. Radz-at-Han's music is really good. But yeah, there's like tombstone exchange stuff over here now. And whatnot. Probably no Ether Current quests here, though. So let's go to Thavnair. Oh. Right, the tombstone weapons are all contest winners, I believe. The most recent ones. I did look at them a little bit, but I could show them. Why not? That... No, causality is Lunar Envoy. That's comedy. Comedy is what we're after. So here's the Paladin one. The Polaris point. Is the, Now, in order to show the shield, I have to... Polaris point and vessel. The warrior one is the Wrath Grinder. The Wheel of Destruction. Oh, you're right. This is like the what monster had this in Monster Hunter? Is this a Dire Morales weapon or? Oh, Almadron. Yeah. Oh yeah, it doesn't. It only spins when you draw it a little bit. That's... I didn't even realize. Dark Knight has Blood Rapture. This also kind of looks like a Monster Hunter weapon to me. Gunbreaker's got Cerberus Fang. Oh, this has spinny vials on it that keep spinning. Gunbreaker gets to have spinning technology. It's spinning as I hold it against the back of my head. This Gunbreaker weapon has a free massage built into it. Also, here's the other Radz-at-Han music, by the way. Knight's Wolf. Here's the Dragoon one. It's got some darkness leaking out of it. That's probably fine. It looks a little bit like a cloud of insects or something. Every Gunbreaker weapon is either completely a mess or Squall's weapon. Kinda, yeah. Avatar's Scythe. A scythe designed to match Avatar mode. I assume. Very edgy. The edgiest scythe, maybe. Oh, you're right, that is a pretty... The Night's Wolf is pretty Artorias-like, of the Abyss. Now that you mention it. Dragon's Beard Fists. Another of the cool type of monk weapon that is just gloves also. It makes the drawing weapon animation a little bit silly. But also it's cool. Also, it's hard to look at the monk weapons because Sucro hop up and down so much. It's the most boring weapon because it's such a Reaper weapon. Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of these that are like unique and interesting. Wait. This comes with a second katana? But why? Free extra katana. Oh, a wakizashi. Wait, it looks like it's the same size. I thought a wakizashi was a shorter sword. Maybe I don't know things. I thought a wakizashi was like a shorter one. Sort of like how you could use a rapier and a dagger at the same time. Oh, maybe it is shorter actually. This one looks a bit longer. This is a pretty large samurai sword actually, now that I look at it. I don't think they're usually this long. They could repurpose this into a Reaper weapon, maybe. God, if there's any Reaper weapons where the swords aren't the same size and then you combine them into like a dual sword that is asymmetrical, that would be kind of funny. Like if one half of it was shorter than the other. This is a pretty samurai weapon, I guess, if we're going on things that are... Yeah, I was thinking about Viper. That's the Higan Shigan. Shinobi Knight. You know, you said for one of them, it's just a very Reaper scythe. I feel like a lot of this is a very ninja's dagger. It doesn't match the aesthetic of any existing daggers, but it is very ninja. And that sword was very samurai. These are cool though. I guess they are kind of machetes. They do look like kitchen knives a little bit too in shape. Shinobi knives. Bluebird's Nest. Now this is back to the more unique and good ones, I think. Look at that burb. I forgot the burb moved. This is a really good weapon. Oh, and there's multiple bird on the quiver, and there's like a birdhouse entrance on the quiver. This is fantastic, actually. I didn't look at this one closely enough before. This is my favorite one of these so far. Vittoria do Povo. Oh right, the fine dining gun. Looks like some fancy dishes to me. Fancy dishware. Azuleo? I don't actually know that word. But that sounds more correct than whatever I was saying. This is a cool one too, for sure. There's like... Fine China is what I was thinking of too, I think, yeah. Twin Moons. This is an interesting one. They don't often give dancer weapons a weird shape, and this is a weird shape for them. It feels a little bit like less elaborate somehow, but that might just be because it's they're small weapons. They feel like their scale is smaller. Even if they're about the same size as the daggers, I guess, because the details are much like smaller on them. They do feel more like knives. It's interesting. There's a character in Arknights with protractor swords. That sounds fun. Ignis Malice. Oh, right. This one's a cool lantern. I like this one a lot. This is a very good one, I think. So Black Mage and Bard have my favorite ones so far, I think. Arcanist Grimoire Encounter in Lilies. Bird, flower, book. This one's also cool, but it also feels a little bit more like basic in some way. I guess there's not a ton you can do with a cool book. I think... Oh yeah. I was gonna say, oh yeah, another lamp... Only kind of... Lamplight Crook. This is an odd one. I don't know why I said, oh yeah. I like this weird, like, Shotel looking sword. Like, it's not exactly a Shotel, but that's the one that comes to mind. It's... This is an odd one, but it's neat and stands out. Imagining just like a... If your book was in here as a summoner weapon, that'd be funny. Some sort of staff or cane. Oh yeah, maybe. Now that you say that, it looks like this could have been a rare cane weapon in Phantasy Star Online. Like a 9 or 10 star cane that you get in like hard mode or something. I guess I don't know anything about how a Shotel would be wielded either. Speaking of PSO weapons, kind of, but not really. Bunny's Crescent. There's a rabbit rod in Phantasy Star Online that doesn't look that much like this, but is still a rod with a bunny theme. So, the segue works. Bunui. Bunui do a slep. This is very good. The White Mage one. Good weapon. Other book. Very fancy. Oh right, the scholar one's like a artist's palette. Yeah, there is a good book. I forgot. That's really good. Also, if Pictomancer is real, the person who designed this is gonna be like, God damn it, a little bit. There's like there's a funny creature on the front. Oh wait, no, that's like a... I thought that... Is that like a fairy with like a squirrel on their shoulder? Maybe? Fairy with big hair. Oh yeah, it is just hair. It's the scholar fairy. I'm silly. I interpreted that as an animal, like on the fairy's shoulders somehow. Quill. And there's like, yeah. If Pictomancer is real, this will be very funny in retrospect. And when closed, it looks like this. So you can still see the brushes on the outside and stuff. That one's very good. Stargazer. Orb. This is a very astrologian type of thing, but it's also unique and good, I think. Because it's not like, it's like, this is very astrologian themed, but it's not identical to like other astrologian weapons. I like it. And then lastly is Knifeis, which is like pixie wings as a sage weapon, which is a pretty cool one. I was thrown off because the Twitch chat showed Aya as not a moderator and then a moderator in 2 back-to-back messages. You dropped your sword for a second, and I got confused. But yeah, pixie wings. So I think my favorite ones, well, probably the Scholar Book, the White Mage Cane, the Black Mage Cane, and the Bard Bow. And out of all of those, if I had to pick a single favorite, probably the bow. The bow is fun. Oh, the armor is also... Wait, were the armors designed to match the weapons, or were they also contest winners? I think they're designed to match the weapons, right? Like, gonna have to get rid of the bow for this. Whoops. Pressing all the wrong buttons. Like, I think the fending is designed to match the paladin weapon. More or less. Yep. I would say so. Some match better than others. Fair enough. I'm taking my time, so I guess I can look at all of these. Okay, so maiming is just fending again, but, you know. What's striking like? Well, there's an eye patch, if you're looking for an eye patch. I don't think eye patches... I think that's the wrong side of the face for Ayato, if I'm remembering correctly. Which is to say that it's also the rarer side of the face for an eye patch to be on. Ah yes, my eye patch featuring a monocle chain that connects it to itself. So that's striking. Scouting is striking but a different color. Fair enough. Yeah, they should allow mirror eye patches for sure, I think. Maybe just mirror hat in general, because I don't see, like, any problems arising from that necessarily. So, aiming it's fine. My main request for hats is let cat ears poke through, and let Viera wear them, and Hrothgar, but mostly let cat ears poke through them. Sucro's ears are gonna be so cramped and flattened in most hats. Somebody is constantly swapping something around here. It's funny, but as far as ears being banished goes, the Viper trailer has a Catboy with the hood covering his ears entirely. I'm like, well, I guess they're not gonna do anything about that, huh? Well, I guess we're just stuck with that. I'm guessing casting and healing are the same, but a different color. Oh, this is Lunar Envoy, my bad. Well, that's pretty cool. Sort of like a semi-armored caster look. That's not common. It's pretty alright. Healer's probably like blue. Wow, I called it. So yeah. Also, we spent enough time messing around that... Well, I spent enough time messing around that my retainers completed ventures again. Wow, 1 fire crystal. Thanks, Ablethusa. Distance arm guards. Okay, we're just giving me more distance things. Kuya Maurice, you're the one who gave me the distance item last time. Classical Tonfa. Wait, what is a Tonfa for? Oh, that's monk. That makes sense. You know, that's a pretty cool monk weapon, actually. Oh, Sucro. Forgot that monks got Tonfa. That's neat. Makes sense. Rose gold clasps. Hooray. I'm mostly hoping for my retainers to pull jet black dye out of nowhere again so that I have money. But they aren't going to. Anyway. Onward. To somewhere else. Intermediate crafting product. Indeed. I am the walrus. Well. Okay, so... First one I noticed, Alchemist or Dancer at the Great Work. Why not multi-class? Is it? I guess those are both Earth Crystal jobs. Do you have a moment, adventurer? One of my colleagues has gone missing. She said she was going to Kadyaya's footsteps to get a bit of exercise, but she hasn't come back. I'd go search for her, but it's almost time for a shift change, and I can't very well leave the kiln to operate itself. Could you find her and fetch her for me? Leave it to me. You're too kind. She should be in Kadyaya's footsteps. Keep an eye out for a hero with black hair. I'm sure she'll be happy to see you. She was out the last time you were by, and she was devastated that she missed out on the chance to meet the adventurer aiding the students of Valdesian. Look for a black-haired hero in Kadyaya's footsteps. Time for her to come back. Okay, so you're up there. It's already been 3 hours. I know I said I wasn't in a hurry, but I also feel like I haven't accomplished enough. Restlessness, okay. It's fine though. I mean, we did complete 6.0, that's accomplishing a lot. Fairly recently. 6.0's main story, I should say. I gotta give myself more credit. Hey, what's up? Whoop. Howdy. Huh? What do you mean I need to get back to work? Oh, have I really been out that long? I should really go. But I was hoping to get a better look at the stage before I left. I'm sure you're busy, but could you assist me for a moment? Nod. Thank you. I'll inspect the walls, so could you make sure the stage is in order? Let me know if anything around needs fixing. I don't think I'd really noticed or done much around this landmark before. Some of the paint is worn off. It could use a fresh coat. cloth wavers exquisitely in the wind. No problems here. I thought you were gonna say it looked a little frayed or something, because it looks like it might be a little bit. Oh wait, there's a third location. Somewhere. There's a small hole in the floor. That can't be good. Any problems? The floor and the paint. I'll have to fix them the next time I come by. Thank you for checking. You know, it seems odd I've never met you until now. You wouldn't happen to be the adventurer sent by the students of Baldessian, would you? Nod. You are? And here I was delegating you to menial tasks. If I'd known, I'd always admired travelers like you. You see, I was studying to be a dancer under Mistress Nashmera at one time. Oh, that's literally the dancing quest lady. That's fun. That's directly referenced. I wanted to see the realm as I traveled for performances, and maybe I still can. Not as a dancer, of course, but as an alchemist. Oh, but we should hurry back to the great work. I don't want to cause any more trouble than I already have. No references to me, unless that line of dialogue is different because I am a dancer. And knew about that. There's no direct references to dancing stuff more than the name of Nashmera. That mention might be there because of, I don't know. I guess the quest name wouldn't make sense if that wasn't mentioned though. Ah, there you are. I heard you helped my colleague with her stage inspection while you were out. It's greatly appreciated. She really looks up to your kind, you know. She's lost her chance to become a dancer due to an unfortunate injury, and now she's working to heal the sick and injured as an alchemist. She was so happy to meet you, as am I. Here, a token of our thanks. Okay, so that was a single quest. And then all of the other three are in Palika's stand. I think before we continue, it's time for another one of these. I'm gonna BRB. And that also means another funny minigame for you. This or that, which will it be? Congratulations to, nobody, apparently. Oops. There goes the money. House wins, I guess. Ghost has stolen all of your crystals. That's the wrong scene. There we are. Hello. I'm here again. Radiant Host Captain. What's up? I know we are beset by monsters, beasts, and worse, but if you have even an ounce of strength to give, I would ask for your aid. I am in need of a brave soul to help patrol the area in search of any lost refugees. I would ask my brothers and sisters of the Radiant Host, but our numbers have been greatly diminished. It is all we can do to keep the darkness from swallowing this settlement whole. Nod. Very good. It shall be heartening to have another warrior by my side. Let us commence at once. But you've got a paladin weapon. It's different. This one sounds more like it is meant to be taking place during the main story than after it, perhaps. So I guess there is still darkness around, probably. I don't know why I'm weaving through these hills like this. There you are. We should begin our patrol by heading south, a route through which many refugees from Yedlimad pass. We will cover more ground if we split into two groups. If you should find anyone in need, go to their aid, and if you discover any discarded effects, collect them for safekeeping. Ah, and if you should encounter one of those terrible beasts, slay it where it stands. Once we've made a thorough search of the area, let us rendezvous back here. Godspeed. You survey the area, but detect nothing out of the ordinary. Oops. I did something slightly incorrect. Not that it matters. Oh, is it gone? Thank the gods. I would surely died without your help. What are you doing out here? I'm helping out. I see, so the Radiant Host looks over us yet. For that I'm grateful. I suppose if I follow the path you took to get here, I should be safe on my way back. You didn't leave anything alive, did you? Well, I mean, I haven't finished exploring yet, but... still. Oh, I should mark which of the scions I've already seen in the list that I have. By which I mean I should delete them from the list, mostly. I've seen Thancred and Urianger, and I've seen Kryl and Graha. Oh yeah, we have to look for Justinian at Razat Han. I forgot. I should also note that I should talk to Seidu and the person. I forgot her name again. Her title. You see a strange statuette lying on the ground, depicting a woman wearing a beastly mask. It may be best to collect it. The Radiant Host is watching over us, then there's naught to fear. Welcome back. I'd heard all about your noble deed. Allow me to thank you for protecting those we cannot. I'll add my thanks to hers. If not for you, I'd be nothing but food for the beasts. You more than earned a reward for your time. Speak with me again in Palika's stand, and I'll ensure that you get it. I wonder if every area is going to have 2 Ether Current quests that lead into quest lines, and then, like, 2 that don't. Well, okay, I already actually know that not every area does that, I think. The work ahead of us is vast, and any lives we can save are precious indeed. All I came across in my patrol was discarded belongings and scattered luggage. Did you find anything else of note? A small statue depicting a figure with the body of a woman and the head of a beast. I recognize this figure. Doubtless you are curious as to what it depicts. There is a legend that tells of a Manusia goddess who sought the strength of the Murga, wresting her own head from her body and replacing it with the bestial pate of the Murga. In pursuit of wisdom, did a Murga do the same, replacing his own head with that of a Manusia? Thus were born divine beings gifted with both strength and wisdom, heralding an age of untold peace. One of the refugees must have dropped this in their flight. This figure is a reminder that the most insurmountable hardships can be overcome by looking beyond the bounds of a tribe for help. A figure so fine was likely beloved by its owner. I shall do what I can to see it return to them. Thank you for your help today, traveler. So yeah, that's another one that doesn't. So maybe these other 2 do lead into something? Or maybe not, I don't know. Nagama's footsteps. Lentil curry. Ah, what luck! You look capable of braving the jungles unscathed. Would you help me search for a group of refugees I became separated from? Questioning head tilt? As the chaos unfolded around us, I fled in the direction of Agama Temple along with a few others. There, one of those terrible beasts fell upon us, and I lost track of my group in the chaos. While I was able to make my way here, none of the others have, and I worry for their safety. I would like nothing more than to search myself, but all hands are required to defend this place. Agama Temple is to the west. Please journey there and guide anyone you can find back here. I only hope that some manage to survive the madness. We were hiding near Agama Temple to the west. If you find anyone alive, please guide them here so that they can be better protected. May the gods watch over you. Who are you? Are you here to save me? Explaining. Of course, I knew she wouldn't forget about us. The beast prowled the area for some time, but I managed to find refuge among these rocks. However, I've been too frightened to set foot from their shelter for fear of drawing the attention of some hungry animal. With you here, I believe I can find the courage. Will you accompany me to Pelagostan? Nod. Thank you. Now let us tread carefully. Escort. Something doesn't want us here. Doesn't it feel like we're being watched? Even walking is a little bit too fast, I think, maybe. Oh. Doesn't it feel like we're being watched? I'm fighting tigers over here. I don't know if you noticed. Oh, you got hit by that. That was a cleave. Okay, I can actually move at a normal pace mostly. I don't know how to thank you. You've saved my life. Shake head. Explain. Nod. Please tell the brave woman from the Radiant Host that I have arrived safe and sound. I must think of a way to repay your bravery. There's a mysterious rabbit around here, too. I watched your arrival. I recognized that man from the group I was with, and I'm overjoyed to see him safe. Thank you for escorting him here. Truly you are worthy of the reputation you've earned. I dare say even a Gama would be awed by your bravery. Questioning Hentel? He was a storied mendicant of the Arkasodara. When the heroes landed ashore this island and war broke out, he spared no effort to save the lives of all who were injured in the conflict. He saw no tribes, only those in need. He's not so different from you, who throws herself into the maw of danger to save someone they've never met. If Agama's spirit lives on today, it is through your selfless deeds. Take this as a reward, although I have no doubt you would deny it if I let you. Once my watch is ended, I shall patrol the woods in search of any more hiding amongst the trees. Okay, so that was also a single quest. So most of the ones here are just single ones, then. This one's not, though. You can tell because of there's a picture, I guess. Excuse me, did you need something? Howdy. Wait, you're her, the very woman who saved Mevan's child. Sucro, was it? Nod. I knew it. I'm Yazan, an alchemist of the great work. I am but one of the few who are looking after the child as she makes her recovery. Mevan and Karisef are dear friends of mine. Thank you for everything you've done for their daughter. Her condition is on the mend. I'm sure you'll be glad to hear. We've been taking turns checking in on her. The last thing she needs is a gaggle of adults fussing over her day and night. That being said, when she is healed fully, there is the question of who will be in charge of her care. For the love I bore her parents, I would gladly take her in as my own, but that would mean raising her away from her home. Moreover, I am yet to be wed, and my duties consume so much of my time I can scarce focus on my own care, let alone that of a growing child. I doubt my ability to give her the love she deserves, love equal to that her parents gave her. She deserves better than that, so I've considered finding someone more suitable. It's the least I can do, and truth be told, perhaps the best option. Even so, although I was born here, much of my life was spent at the great work. I'm afraid I haven't the foggiest idea of who to ask, even if I had the time to do so. You, however, seem to be well loved among the people here. Could you ask around in my stead? It would be a much more effective use of my time to prepare medicine for the wounded and sick. Leave it to me. I apologize for imposing such an enormous task upon you, but I would trust no one else with it. When you finish, come to my hut to the south of the settlement and we can discuss any potential parental candidates. If you ask me, Passerine is the most motherly among us. She had a child of her own not too long ago, so I reckon there's no one better to be a wet nurse. That being said, times have been troubled for us all. It might be unseemly to ask her to take on such a burden unless she was willing. Passerine is a loving mother, but one child is a handful enough. Oh, they lead to the Arkasodara tribal quests? Neat. The child, eh? None dote over her quite like Yazan, but I understand alchemy isn't a merciful trade for a parent. Still, there's no one else that comes to mind when I consider the question. I'd volunteer to take her in myself, but with the chaos of recent events, it's difficult enough to see that me and mine are fed and clothed. I know I'm not the only one facing such hardships either. I'm not supposed to talk to you yet. Now, sleep, child. But I know I'm going to need to. Probably. Who do I think is the most suited to care for the child? Yazan is the obvious choice. Dependable, loyal, and dutiful. Every quality you would desire in a parent. I know he does become so absorbed in his research, but that devotion has made him a peerless alchemist. Who better is there to look after someone so sickly as her? Yazan would be a loving and responsible father, I'm sure. I don't think I talked to you a second time. Apologies that I couldn't be of more use. Welcome to my humble workshop, Sucro. I'm almost too nervous to ask, but what did the others say? A bunch of them suggested you. Someone nominated me? Well, that's neither here nor there. You said Passerine's name was mentioned. She was a good friend to Mevan, it's true, but there are other factors at play that make me reticent to ask her. Simply put, I'd rather not burden her further if it can be avoided. That being said, we don't exactly have the luxury of choice, all things considered. I suppose I would be remiss if I didn't at least speak with her. I owe the child that much. Will you accompany me, Sucro? A supportive presence by my side would help me find the right words. Passerine should be nearby, doubtless watching over her own child. I must deliver this medicine before speaking with her, so please go on ahead. Izan, it's so good to see you. And who is this with you? Passerine meets Sucro. She's the hero who saved Mavan and Karasev's daughter. Oh, what a pleasant surprise. Thank you for your bravery. I'd heard tell of the troubles she's been through since. I hope that you're able to see her return to health soon. It has been trying, to be sure, but we must look forward to the day she is hale. Everyone is doing their utmost to make it so. The question remains as to where she will go from there, however. I've considered taking her into my home, but I fear my qualifications as a parent are somewhat lacking. I know you have been a dear friend to Mavan, and as such only thought it me to ask if you're willing to care for her daughter. And if you are, I would do everything in my power to see that she is given into your care. I'm flattered. Mavan was as family to me, and I view her child as my own. I would do anything to see her raised into as brave a woman as her mother. However, I cannot care for her. I cannot care for her. I'm not worthy to care for her. Worthy? What is that? My apologies. I understand it was a sudden request, and no small one besides. Please forgive the imposition. I'll be in the village for some time yet. Should you require treatment for you and yours, please seek me out. I will. Thank you, Yazan. I would speak with you further, Sucro. Let's return to my dwelling. A mysterious presence has been detected. I wasn't too forceful, was I? I simply asked her if she was willing. I didn't mean to make her feel obligated to agree. I found her words somewhat mystifying. Not worthy? What could that mean? I'm usually not one to pry, but this worries me. I consider Passerine a friend, and I'm loath to leave her to her troubles. The featureless shadowy figure? That'd be funny. And if there's still the matter of the child, I shall have to think on what to do from here. I may need your help again, Sucro. I hope you are willing. So is this leading into just the arkasodara quests and not actually the ether current? I don't see another ether current. Oh, it's probably this over here that's the ether current actually. I'm here to do the ether currents, and I did the wrong thing. Oops. But maybe this also leads into that. I don't know. We still got a little bit of interesting informations by checking that out. Yeah, there's the ether current. Why are there matanga everywhere? Has this town fallen? Howdy. Ah, your face, it is known to me. You were the warrior who fought for the mole in the Nadam. I am Ogul of the Katayan. It was your bravery and skill which inspired me to embark upon my own hero's journey. The Katayan. Hold on. I don't recall that one. Scroll, 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 scroll. Ah, this also leads into it. Okay. Maybe I should do both? I don't know. Scroll, 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 scroll. Katayan, a tribe which largely remains unseen, hunting goats in the mountains for 9 moons of the year. The remaining 3 are spent at the foot of the Great North Range, where they survive off the dried meat they stalked. Says the Aura Naming Convention's guide that explains the various Zayla tribes in brief sentences. Well, this one gives the ether current, so I'll do this one first. And that will allow us to fly, at least. Which will make the other one easier. Yet now I have foolishly blundered into a den of Matanga. Why do these others walk without fear? Do they not care if they are slaughtered? These aren't like the ones on the Azim steppe. I do not doubt your word, but grandmother would always warn me, if you encounter a Matanga, you turn tail and flee as fast and as far as you can. Your tales were awful and bloody, and so now the very sight of them, the terror rises unbidden. No, I cannot stay here. I must earn enough coin to buy passage from this nightmare island as soon as possible. Yeah, I actually I hadn't thought about that. I beg of you, stay at my side for a time, just until I meet with this Kankana person who the sailors told me about. She's said to have work that pays a fair wage, so I'll see what she has for me. Nod. I kind of forgot about the Matanga, to be honest. Also, I don't think this Zayla tribe that this individual is from. Yeah, I expected that. Was present anywhere in the steppe? It did say they were mostly hidden. Why is that young lady trembling so? Comedy music. By the Dusk Mother, no one told me Kankana was a Matanga. Could I ask you to speak with her in my stead? Shrug. Howdy. Welcome to Yedlamad, traveler. I am Kankana, and it is my job to assign the right work to the right workers. Might I have your name? I'm Sukro. I'm a cat. Sukro and Ogul, was it? Let me jot those down. Oh, grandmother, why? Why did it have to be a Matanga? Is your companion quite alright? Well... an understandable reaction. The Gajasura tribe have done much to stain the reputation of our people. You are looking for work, though, yes? Many have been forced to take what they can get since the troubles began, so I'm afraid all the simple jobs are gone. As for what's left, I only have tasks fit for seasoned fighters. Does that sound like something you could do? Fighting? I can fight. Lest you doubt, my skill is likened to that of the Dragonbane, the legendary Shaka Zo herself. I'm not familiar with the name, but you sound formidable indeed. Why don't we start you out on escort duty, then? A group of artisans set off to harvest materials and ask that I send any prospective protectors their way should I happen to enlist any. What? They already set off? Is our duty not to escort them? There's to be a ritual dance performed in Kadyaya's footsteps. They'll need incense and costumes for the dancers and such. The entire thing was decided rather suddenly, so there was no time to waste. Huh. Gasp. And, these artisans you speak of, do they also include Matanga in their number? It was an arkasodara who submitted the request. I hope that won't be a problem. Not at all. I look forward to fainting at the feet of my most feared enemy. Sukro, I cannot do this alone. Pray lend me the strength of the victor of the Nadam, and half the reward for this task will be yours. Shrug. The artisans don't plan to venture far. Leave Yedlamad to the west, and you should soon come across your employer. Nod. Then that is where we shall meet. You will find me there, yes? Yep. Dusk Mother, give me courage! Ah, you must be our belated escort, yes? Glad to have such courageous, is your companion not well? She seems a touch shaky. Of course. I should have thought of it before. I shall harvest the necessary ingredients while the artisan stays here. That way I have no need to fear him, being harmed. Perfect. Wait. I must say, this is less than ideal. My people are already scattered across the wilds, and I wanted someone to roam around and ensure they were safe from attack. Is your friend perhaps frightened by Arkasodara? I have met such travelers before. Well, no matter. If you could patrol the area as I asked, I must attend to my own harvesting. Ogle has run off into the wilds alone. Keep an eye out for her as you continue your patrol. This seems like it'd be a good segue into going back to the Azim step to check up on people there too. Oh, hey. Tusks, trunks, bone-crunching feet. Even so, you still went into a defensive stance. You must think me foolish. I was so absorbed in my task that I failed to notice the ground shaking at their approach. Still, my injuries are light and my satchel is full. Thanks to you, I think I can make it back to town in time to meet the others. What happened? Did you slay the beast? Nod. That was a near thing. I took the first one by surprise, but the second, knowing a Matanga stood at my back, my mind froze and my body refused to obey. Grandmother taught that we should let fear wash over us like water, but to my shame, I could not have failed her more thoroughly. Not to sound ungrateful, Sucro, but why did you follow me? Explaining. We were to patrol? Forgive me, I should have waited for orders instead of running off alone and putting lives in peril. Come, we should return to our employer. I want to be sure that the wounded man reached safety. Deep breaths, let it wash over you. My colleague told me of his rescue. Although we'd hoped for an escort from the start, imagine if you hadn't come at all. I've sent him and the others back to our workshop, so consider your duty with us complete. You have my thanks. As to your payment, you can collect from Kankana. Right, I suppose we report to Kankana then. She's getting a little better. I had no such troubles in Doma or Kugane, I assure you. This is different. Ah, there you are. Your employer expressed satisfaction with your work, so congratulations on a job well done. As a response to the recent chaos, the upcoming ritual was hastily planned to say the least. As a consequence, the artisans have been hard-pressed to make everything ready. But when times are hard, the people of thavnair rely on such traditions to renew their faith and bolster their hearts with the teachings of the divine. The death of an artisan who would have thrown the whole thing into disarray, and thus your rescue was timely indeed. Please accept your payment, half each as agreed upon. Are you interested in further work? I may have something for you, if so. And now we can fly here. Oh, I found a spot to look at stuff from. While I'm thinking about it, I'm actually going to go to the step, like, right now. And then come back here and do these quest lines, I guess. So I guess we will see me unlocking the arkasodara stuff. Hey, I've just never gone to part of the step, I guess. Oops. I sense the presence of a powerful mark. There we go. There's a lot of mapping the realm achievements I accidentally skipped over. Yeah, this is where the Dotharl are. Hey, Seydu, what's up? Wahaha! Truly you have the look of one who's fought a great battle and lived to tell the tale. We Dotharl take heart that such worthy opponents can yet be found, even if they lie at heaven's edge. In preparation for such a foe, we will train more diligently than ever before. Since your journey to distant stars, that preening fool Magni has done naught but stare at the moon. I know not what thoughts go through that ugly head, nor do I much care, but it bothers me all the same. Thank you, Seydu. Oh, she has another line? Nope. Not at this time. Oh, is there a line that only happens if you talk to a mid-Endwalker? I want to see if Magni has anything to say. A lot of ladies gave her link pearl numbers, and she doesn't know what those are, but she thinks it's cool. People think she's cool. That's funny. At the command of the mole, we Oranir gathered many sacred relics. I trust we have your undying gratitude, yes? Rather than your thanks, I would hear tales of your journey. Is it true you traveled to the moon? Indeed, such great feats are only spoken of in legend. To think that you have set foot on the celestial orb created by the Dusk Mother herself fills me with envy and awe, but mostly envy. Tell me, were there any womanfolk there? Okay, it was good to have spoken to Magni as well. Were there any girls on the moon? Sucro, were there any girls on the moon? I mean, there's like Living Way. So yes. And probably another number of other Loporrits. Living Way is the first one I thought of. Yeah. How about you, Cyrena? I hope the relics we and the people of Yangsha and the Ruby Sea gathered were useful to you. When you and the Scions flew beyond the sky, we each prayed for you in our own way. Perhaps you and your friends averting the final days is what Grandmother foresaw in her dream. But more importantly, All is right with the world again, and we have you to thank. The path laid by the gods is at an end, but there is another yet to be walked. By light radiant, born of a traveler's bonds. Seek, and you will find. Go in hope and in grace. Huh. Path laid by the gods is at an end, but there's another yet to be walked. By light radiant, born of a traveler's bonds. Seek, and you will find. Go in hope and in grace. That's probably meaningful. That would be really funny if Living Way said something like that to Magni. God, there's probably like a whole bunch of people around the entire world that we could talk to. Right, Thavnair. If you all think of anyone else that it'd be fun to go speak to, do tell. Ready to tackle another job then? This one was registered by a local fisherman asking for help with marauding monsters. Ordinarily, the Radiant Host keeps the worst of the wildlife in check, but these days there just haven't been enough blades to spare. You'll want to speak with the fisherman himself for the details. I couldn't read the scrawl he left for a name, but he's an arkasodara and should be found fishing the waters from the western shore. Wait, another Matanga? Sucro, you could always use more coin, yes, because I could certainly benefit from your wise and experienced company. Shrug. A fine pair of hunters we shall make. Come, let us speak with this arkasodara fisherman. I wanted to inform someone else that Magni asked me if there were any girls on the moon. Because it's very funny. And yeah, we can fly now. Hey, what's that over there? Many of the female warriors hailing from other lands have offered me gifts, linking pearls or some such. Have you any insight, is what she says. That's funny. What's this? What is this trial instance floating in the ocean? Yanana Mandana. What is this boss arena? Oh, that's a super boss fate arena?
Square.
Indeed. If it's a super boss fate arena, then I wasn't actually that far off. Square. The world is square, as they say. The music here is nice, by the way.
The world is square, Square Enix.
Indeed. I must overcome this. Oh, it's one of the beast gods that took on the head of a person? That's cool. We've heard about them. Come to take care of the monsters, have you? About damn time! We're fine when we're out on the water, of course, but even a fisher needs to walk on the land every now and again, and the trails grow more perilous by the day. I managed to sneak through without a scratch so far, but friends of mine haven't been so fortunate. Talk to the others around here, they'll tell you. I might need your help with that, Sucro. Speaking with Arkasodara is still challenging for me. Yeah. Listen to a few stories first and get an idea of what you're up against. Should we do this together then? Yes, fine, good idea. Ogle is now accompanying you. She looks nervous the whole time. Bleth was his completed adventure, though. You want to hear about monsters? I saw 3 big brutes on my way from Alkyali to Yedlimad. Never seen the likes around these parts before. You want a story? When I left Alkyali the other day, I almost walked straight into a fiend with a tongue as long as my arm. Barely escaped being gobbled up on the spot. Maybe I can curl up in the prow. Wait, what was it that you say when I talked to you again? Back to it, I suppose. Okay, so you don't have a lot to say. Attacked by the wildlife? Oh yes, while I was holding a catch back to town. Dropped the lot and fled for my life. The roads used to be safe enough, but now... There must be a way to catch more fish in a day. I like how many characters we meet and things we learn about in these side quests. It's nice to be going around and doing these and showing them off, I think. So, do you understand now why we had to send for help? I understand that you have a problem with long-tongued brutes terrorizing your roads. Those creatures are what we call pisaka. Without the army sending out regular patrols, it seems the inland monsters have begun expanding their territories. They've forgotten their fear of us, and that's when people start dying. I need you to remind them. Once you've found and slain these overly bold pisaka, I ask that you bring me one of their carcasses. There's something I've been curious about. Nod. Very well, let us make of this a contest, shall we? The first to topple a pisaka is the victor. Never seen anyone so eager to throw herself headlong into a pisaka's jaws. Shouldn't you be chasing after her? Leave it to me. Don't worry. I'll probably get there and there'll either be some that are dead and she'll be in a fighting stance, or I'll get there and she'll be wounded or afraid and there will be 1 or 2 standing next to her, and then I'll step into the purple circle and kill them all, and then everything will be fine. Okay, maybe not. Seems you win. Ha! First kill is mine! Grandmother always said that the hunter should be swift like a diving yole. Would you mind tracking down the other 2? Once they saw what I did to their friend, they fled to the northwest. I can haul this lump back to the beach while you finish the hunt. Well, you'd be alone with one of the arkasodara. My fear of Matanga has begun to ebb somewhat. Now go before some other poor soul crosses paths with those monsters. Quickly now, the trail goes cold. It's an elephant party over here also. Enjoy the elephant party. I think there was a paladin and a reaper doing that fate. I saw a paladin for sure. Anyway. Complete. I did it! I completed the fate. It was definitely me. Oh. The elephants are marked for death as well. Hold on. There we are. I must have already defeated one earlier. Right, I can fly. I forgot already. That thing was heavy. Ah, there you are. Your friend is stronger than she looks. We had to load the carcass onto a boat to carry it away. What are the Pisaka's packmates? Did you find them? I did it. Both slain then. That is good. Of course she slew them. Songs of Sucro's deeds are sung across the steppe. My aching arms would like to know why you wanted the remains, though. Why else? To make use of its parts. The scales can be spun into silver, and the meat will fill our pots. The bones and teeth we can craft into hooks and other tools. We kill nothing for the sake of killing, even murderous monsters. The 2 bodies you left behind will serve as a warning to others of their kind. If it keeps them away, then no more blood need be shed. Seems our tribes share similar customs when it comes to using every part of the kill. As grandmother always said, be not wasteful of the lives you take to sustain your own. You are so very different from your kin, the Gajasura. Oh, so that's why you've been avoiding my gaze. If your only experience with Matanga has been our brutal cousins, then you'll find the Arkasodara an agreeable lot by comparison. Might even make a few friends, eh? Here's your payment, and well earned, I'd say. Another job finished. We should report to Kankana that she might strike it from her list. Let me know when you're done basking in the success of our hunt and we can return to Yedlamad. Ogle repays her favors. Ready then? I've been counting the contents of my coin purse. I have enough to buy passage on a ship, but as for food and other supplies, I'd feel more comfortable with the pay from one more job weighing down my belt. You can see me through just one more, yes? At the very least, let us make our report to Kankana and ask what else she has to offer. Or on offer. Come, show me how fleet of foot you are, champion. I'm fast of motorcycle, does that count? You're gonna get there before me, because that's just how it works, but... You realize you run at the speed of a flying motorcycle? Pretty impressive, to be honest. Oh, you're not actually here yet. Rare instance of an NPC showing up after Sucro does. Sucro, safely back from your work on the shore, I see. But where is Ogle? My coin purse. Some slippery son of a Zo snatched it from me, brazen as you please. I lost sight of him in the market along with all my worldly wealth. How am I to pay for lodgings or food? Already my belly cries in protest. Oh, you poor thing, and after all the good work you've done for us, you will stay with me tonight, I insist. You would take me in? Ah, I saw that. You looked me right in the eye. Finally warming up to this arkasodara, are you? I can barely see you through the tears. But yes, maybe now I can stand to be in the same room as a Matanga. Some of them, anyway. I'm glad to hear it. Here, and I'll lend you a few coins as well. We can't have you running around without a guild to your name. Thank you. In fact, why don't we head to my house now, and we can fill that complaining belly of yours. You're more than welcome to join us, Sucro. Nod. I'm guessing Ogle here will play a key role in the the Arkasodara quests too, then. And I already like her as a character, so that's promising. Everyone here is good. There are many good characters in this video game. Where'd Ogle go? Oh, Sucro, something terrible has happened. I've been robbed. We saw a boy jumping out the window as we approached, and when I looked inside, all my belongings had been turned inside out. Ogle set off in pursuit of the thief, but hasn't returned. You think you could catch up with her and see if everything's all right? I'll lock up here and you can meet me back at my offices when you found her. Oh. So that wasn't just a one-off robbery. There's someone doing a lot of thievery around here. Crime Lad has appeared. Dung, I lost him again! Someone actually saying dung as a swear is kind of funny. I swear it was the same Huron boy who made off with my coin purse. His size, his clothing, it all matches. I was willing to cut my losses and earn more gil, but this insult to my host, it will not stand. Grandmother always said to repay one's favors, and by the dusk, mother, I mean to do just that. Will you help me find justice for Akankana? Of course. And we start by asking around for more information. I have a feeling we're not the only ones who've fallen afoul of this thieving urchin. The swifter we act, the better our chances, yes? I say we split up, gather what clues we can, then meet back at Kankana's offices. I didn't expect this plot to go in this direction. What's up? This is secondhand information, mind you, but I hear the thief that you're looking for is barely more than a child. Sad, isn't it? How terrible things have become that a young boy is forced into a life of crime just to survive. Child thieves, the very thought of it breaks my heart. That's like the backstory of half of Dungeons & Dragons characters, probably. Or at least the backstory of half of them who become rogues. I don't know why I'm saying this in the Sucro voice, like she knows what D&D is. Anyway. Backstory of at least 50% of all rogues is that they had to steal things as children. That's my hypothesis. There was another robbery? I wonder if it's the same boy I found in my house the other day. He yelled that he was sorry, and when I saw the desperation on his face, I didn't have the heart to chase after him. I say that theory that I had as if I know much about D&D. What kind of tabletop RPGs would they have in Eorzea? Well, they are making a Final Fantasy XIV tabletop RPG, so maybe that one? Trials and Tempered. But TNT is something very different from a tabletop role-playing game. That's an explosion creation device, also known as an explosive. The recent rash of pickpocketing? Oh yes, I've heard several stories. They say it's likely the work of the same criminal. Gotta say, talented kid though. Well, I mean, except for the getting caught at least once part. Oh, I didn't notice this little double elephant on the I didn't notice this on the gate. That's a good object. Dynamic Nitro's Destructor. That sounds like it could also be a goblin type invention. But I guess the goblins would have called it a gobby boom or something. Well, champion, what have we discovered? Seems like a kid stealing a bunch of stuff, so our tale was a familiar one, and what I heard from the local children was even more disturbing. They tell me a man, a stranger, approached them with the promise of work and easy coin. I have no proof this offer is connected with the recent robberies, but it does seem suspicious. And if this stranger truly is recruiting young ones to steal for him, then he is the one I would punish for these crimes. We just need to find him first. Razatan closing its gates left many struggling to make a living, and the appearance of that ghastly tower sparked a chain of events that still has the Radiant host spread too thin on too many fronts. Under the circumstances, a rise in crime is to be expected. We are fortunate, then, to have the two of you here to act on behalf of our lawkeepers. So please, accept this as payment. We cannot expect you to work on an empty stomach. Amra Salad. I appreciate your help with all this. A new hunt begins. Come, we must track down the one behind all this. But we're still not sure if this stranger is actually involved in the robberies, let alone where to start looking for him. There's a simple way to find out. We lure our boy thief into stealing from me again. If what we suspect is true, he will likely take any ill-gotten gains directly to his patron. So I will play the part of an unguarded traveler, flaunting a heavy purse or some such. Sucro, you keep watch for the little pickpocket and be ready to follow him when he makes his move. Should he lead you to some shadowy figure, then I want you to herd them both to the west. I will circle around and be lying in wait to spring an ambush. That's really quite clever, Ogle. I'm impressed. I don't know what voice that was. That's really quite clever, Ogle. I'm impressed. Grandmother always said, if you want to catch the big fish, don't spare the bait. The same idea applies to slippery criminals. Right then, let us take our places in the town square and lay the trap for our quarry. I will try to make the lure something obvious so you can see it being stolen from afar. Do be careful, won't you? Yeah, like... Ogle is proving herself to be quite capable of fight and plan and conquer fear and be a cool character that I'm invested in helping and learning more about. Shoutouts to Ogle. Sucro is looking. Nod. Ah. Your cool fancy sword is going to be stolen, presumably. If you're playing the role of a defenseless traveler, maybe you shouldn't be armed, though. I mean, with the other sword that you also have. Child is looking for prizes to steal. Ah, you've like fallen asleep next to your cool valuable sword, is what you're pretending. Sword. I've decided to steal the sword, says the child. Oh, that's clever. Gasp. Clever bit of camera work. Nod. Follow your quarry from a safe distance. Oh no! Ah, beans. Wait. Ah. There you are. Your destination will not appear on the map. Hunt is on. I didn't expect stealth. I should have expected stealth. Someone there? No.
Sucro, this is a sneaking mission.
Dang it. It's always a sneaking mission. No one is here. Do not perceive my aura of power. Aha. The boy thief has led you to a suspicious-looking arkasodara man. Apparently various people in the zone are lagging. My ear's going through my axe. It's weird. I thought we were gonna flank. But I guess you're gonna go do that now. There you go. Oh, you're a proper little scoundrel, aren't you? Nice work. I'll fence the rest of the goods and then you'll get your cut. Gasp. Halt, criminal scum. Gods damn it, Rakashir, I told you to check for tails. That's funny because both of the people pursuing you have a tail. You want your family to learn of our arrangement? Now run! The robbers have fled westwards. Chase after them. Right, I can fly. I forgot again. I keep forgetting about that. Oh. The arkasodara is out cold. Deleted. My apologies, Sucro. I intended to circle around as planned, but when I heard how he yelled at the child, my rage cannot be contained. Grandmother always said, those who prey on the weak are undeserving of mercy, so I beat him senseless. Fool of a Matanga. When he awakes, he will find himself in the custody of the Radiant Host. Miss, I'm sorry you got hurt because of me, and I'm sorry for taking your belongings. Apology accepted, young one. It is a brave thing to admit when you are wrong. Help me explain the situation to your lawkeepers, and we can steer you back onto the right path. If you say so, miss. I will cart this refuse to the nearest guardhouse. Pray inform Kankana of our success. Another heavy load. Perhaps I should invest in a wagon or a sled, or... I'll tell the soldiers everything, I promise. Dead. Parentheses, not really. I mean, it's been pretty clear that she's been pretty badass this whole time. It's just proof that you can be cool and also afraid of things at the same time. Or something like that. I don't know. Ogul, is everything alright? Sucro told me what happened. All is well. They began interrogating the man before I left, and he was blubbering about where he stashed the stolen goods. The soldiers planned to recover the cash and return the items to their rightful owners. Praise be to the sisters. There were certain personal articles, things very dear to me that I had thought lost forever. Oh, I should also mention Rakashir, our boy thief. It seems his parents were out of work and begging for scraps. His were crimes of necessity, and after seeing the considerable remorse he showed for his actions, I decided to let him keep the coin he took from me, as well as my share of the reward from the Radiant Host. As grandmother always said, children are the greatest treasure of all. I can hardly let him and his family starve now, can I? How will you pay for passage now? You're right back where you started. How you gonna pay for passage on a boat? I can earn it back again easily enough, and since I've tamed my fear of the arkasodara, there's no need to rush. I will take my time and explore all the wonders this island has to offer. Thank you, Sucro, for staying at my side this long, but I think I can continue on alone. Speaking of which, Kankana, have you any new tasks available? Ah, my dear Ogul, I have the perfect job for you. I actually have business with the Implorer myself, so we can head off together if you like. Waving goodbye. Hooray! Oh, right, my share, I guess. There you go, Sucro. I haven't forgotten your half of the reward. May your adventures be many and your hunts successful. I didn't notice it before, but she has, like... She had painted nails on. The false nails item. I think they were dyed like an orange or a coral pink. I noticed it because of the brief close-up of her hands in that scene. So she's a cool fighter lady who also paints her nails because she wants to. And that's neat. I guess that stands out to me in this game because not a lot of people actually have the painted nails as NPCs. Or something. Also because I just noticed it. Let's go and do the rest of this, and unlock the quests. Why not? I haven't actually shown like any of the tribe quests on camera, and I probably won't, but since we're here, might as well unlock them, because it's interesting. Well then, if you're willing, I have a task that requires immediate attention. It's simple but essential, namely the gathering of herbs. The child is in a vulnerable state, and I would fortify her against further sickness. There are also more wounded in this village than I'd anticipated, and my stores have begun running low. It'd be best to replenish them while time affords us an opportunity. Can I count on you to help me? Nod. Splendid. I require several of the reddish soma herbs which grow among the shrubbery to the northeast. With both of us working in tandem, I wager we should have enough gathered before the next bell. Yeah, I can see how it would be. I can see how the conclusion of like 2 zones of this per stream seems likely. But I'll probably have time to do stuff like go and look for other scions this time. Once I'm done with all of this. They should be around here. I don't know why I used the motorcycle to go 5 feet. Habit, I guess. I didn't mean to do that. Actually, that reminds me of something I really want to show. I was social media-ing about it, but let's go to a random explorer mode dungeon for a second. Let's phase into a pocket dimension of demonstration. Don Meg is good, because it's bright and colorful. So, the warrior animation of Orogeny is funny to me. Let's look at it in G-pose. You might notice that Sucro is punching with both hands in this. There's like frames of you throwing the axe into the air and then catching it. So first of all, these frames are like funny when isolated. This is just funny. This is just a funny pose. But also, if I time this well, you can see the axe faded out. You throw it, it fades into the air, and then it fades back into your hands later. So Sucro's just like, no, where's my axe going? I needed that. No, I'm pausing too early. Nope. Too late. Too early. Too late. So this pose is also kind of funny by itself. Especially because the default expression during like attacks is mad. Dang it. Nope. There we go. Axe fading back into existence. If I could ask for one change in G-pose, it would be a frame-by-frame feature. I could understand why they wouldn't want you to look at every frame of an animation, but I would like to look at every frame of an animation. Not just for posing, but because I think it'd be cool to look at. Anyway. That was the tangent about that. These appear to be the herbs you seek, but only their stems remain. Another enterprising alchemist must have already been here. Also, I forget if I mentioned it on stream, but I think I did. I think I did when I was talking about why it would make sense for Sucre to be a warrior. But,
Orogeny.
orogeny, a process in which a section of the Earth's crust is folded and deformed by lateral compression to form a mountain range. Or range, not mountain rage. I mention that because, like, I think it's interesting how Warrior sort of secretly, or semi-secretly, has a lot of... Like, they don't talk about it directly, but they have a lot of Earth elemental theming. Like that and upheaval. And just, like, the general, like, color scheme and animation of stuff. Like, I think it's neat. And you can do, like, this... That's Earth. I would say this counts as Earth elemental theming. It's neat. I just think it's neat. Okay. Warrior tangent truly over right now. Back to questing. I saw the creatures emerge from the brush, but you felled them before I had a chance to be frightened. I'm glad you survived unscathed. If that had been me... Ugh. Aniro, did you manage to find the soma? A pale red herb, which is said to have powerful medicinal properties. Oh yeah, the Limit Break 3, that's right. In fact, I should show that. Excellent work, excellent work. My search came up fruitless. It appears we're not the only ones seeking this particular herb. Nod. It shouldn't come as a surprise, I suppose. This area is well known for the medicinal plants which grow here. My supplies run low once more. Perhaps I should ask the villagers if they have any to spare. For now, I believe we've found all we can. Let's return to Palika's stand. The Limit Break 3 is a good point. I want to look at it. Yeah. Earth Elemental Theming dot AVI over there. Dot MP4. Dot WAR, I guess. Earth.war. I forgot that it was really cool looking. Yeah. That's pretty cool. And yeah, it is called Landwalker. Right then. As I suspected, we weren't the only ones searching the jungle. I returned to my quarters to find a bag positively stuffed to the brim with herbs, including soma, in fact. I asked a nearby colleague who delivered this bounty, and they told me it was one of the Arkasodara stewards. I believe I know who it is. Her name is Sula, a shy one, but obviously kind of heart. I spied her eavesdropping during our conversation with Passerine. Poorly, I might add. I apologize for asking more of you at the end of a trying day, but would you speak with her for me? Offer our thanks for the herbs, and perhaps find out if she knows anything of Passerine's troubles. For my part, I'll begin synthesizing the medicine at once. Suli should be somewhere nearby. I pray you have a productive conversation. She's right there. Oh, who are you? Do you require something from me? The herbs, I came upon them while hunting, nothing more. I've heard that the medicine made from them is effective in treating the ailments of young children. It seemed only meet I should do my part, as it were. What do you know about Passerine? Oh, that? Well, very well. I believe I can shed some light on the root of Passerine's distress. That is what you wish to hear, yes? Yazan asked you to speak with me, just as he asked you to gather his herbs. Nod. Well, then perhaps it is best for us to all speak together. Go to him and allow me some time to gather my thoughts. I shall approach you when I am ready. Return to Yazan, I won't be long. You're just in time. I've only just finished synthesizing the medicine. So did Sula tell you anything of interest? Well, I suppose I can hear it straight from her. I appreciate that you felt it fit to include me. Firstly, I owe you an apology. I was sneaking about out of concern for Passerine. I know what it is that weighs on her mind, you see. That is what you want to know, yes? The story is troubling to hear and even more troubling to relate. Before I can tell it, you must promise me that you will be her strength in the days to come. Of course, anything to help a friend. The Zal, her beloved husband, was killed. When the veil of chaos descended upon the world, he fled into the jungle and transformed into one of those terrible beasts. He returned here a monster, where my sister Chappa met his wrath. Neither of them survived the ensuing struggle. Gasp. Gasp. I was there as well. Despite his monstrous form, I knew it was Dazal. I froze in terror while Chappa stood undaunted. She fought alone for my cowardice. It was my fault she died. I know this, and yet I laid the blame on Passerine's shoulders. I lashed out at her, cursing her for her husband's cowardice. When we both should have comforted the other in mourning, I turned my back on her. I left her to bear the burden of not one but 2 deaths. It is only natural that she would be hesitant to look after another given that. I was a fool to condemn Passerine when it was my duty to protect the people here. I've wanted nothing more than to apologize since that day. But I fear my words were too cruel to forgive. I cannot stand to meet her gaze. It was a difficult time for everyone. We often lose ourselves in moments of crisis, but so long as we find our way back, we are worthy of forgiveness. Chappa would agree, I'm sure. She wouldn't blame you for what happened, nor would she want you to blame yourself. Passerine doubtless feels the same. You are right. I must apologize to her. That is the only course. Sucro, was it? I will speak to Passerine, but I require some time to muster my courage. Soon, I promise. Nod. Yeah, this is a good story too. When we spoke before, Passerine said she was unworthy to care for the child. I see now why she would think that. The pain she suffered is not one that heals easily. Thank you for lending an ear to my troubles, Sucro. If you are willing, there is a place I would travel to, and I wish for you to accompany me. Administering to my duties may help calm my nerves. To that end, I mean to inspect the temples for signs of disrepair. After we have finished, I hope to find the courage to once again look Passerine in the eyes. It might be Passerine. I'm not sure. With all the monsters about, most of my attention of late has been focused on finding and protecting those who have fled. With the arrival of the Radiant Host, however, there was finally time to attend this long-neglected duty. I too must ask that you go with Sula. Knowing that their holy places are being cared for may set these people's hearts at ease. Even an ounce of comfort is precious in these trying times. Nod. Much appreciated. Would that I could join you, but I'm afraid an alchemist's tools are of little use against fangs and claws. That doesn't mean I'll stand idly by, however. I'll remain here and continue making medicine for the children. My hands may be clumsy with sword and shield, but there are few more adroit with mortar and pestle. We are blessed indeed to have a pair such as you looking after us. Well then, let us begin the patrol. Our first destination shall be Porusa, to the southeast. It is a bit of a trek, so make the proper arrangements before departing. It's a bit of a trek, but I have a flying motorcycle! Hooray! It has been some time since I've set foot in these hallowed grounds. In times bygone, there were even more such places in this region, but many were moved to Vanaspati. From one of the divinities worshipped here were these words passed down, that we might send off our departed with its wisdom. Just as life leads to death, so too does death lead to life. Do not shed tears for the departed, for they have but set foot upon a new journey. Be not forlorn that your paths have diverged, but look forward with joy to the day that they might cross again. For as long as I can remember, I followed in my sister's footsteps. In her absence, I have felt lost. Whenever I think to forge a path of my own making, my legs become heavy and my heart becomes anxious. Your sister would want you to move forward with courage, or sometimes standing still offers new perspective. That's an interesting response to this. Sometimes standing still gives you a new perspective. Huh. Thank you, Sucro. Yazana is a generous soul, and to have your wisdom to buoy me is more than I deserve. Would that I could open my heart to Passerine in such a way. This part of the temple appears to be well kept. Let us check the other side, shall we? This area is in ghastly shape, scratches here and cracks there. Will you help me investigate further? We will cover more ground by searching separately. I shall search around this area. I trust you to do your due diligence. I shall look for further signs of disturbance here. You're free to search where you will. If there's aught to find, I know your keen eyes will spot it. How do you know that I have keen eyes? Does everyone go around talking about how Sucro's good at seeing stuff? I mean, because she is. Something's happening over there. The stones here are crumbling and fragments of them litter the ground. It would be best to replace them. Hey, you doing alright over here? Hey. I don't like watching this guy just standing around getting beaten up by lizard. And, like, not responding. I must save him. Look at me moving out of AoEs as if I need to bother. Hold on, I need to eat one egg. Most of what I notice about warrior is how I don't die. Their damage otherwise, like, it's not amazing, but it's good enough, for sure. I'm also not entirely certain how best to do the burst phase, truthfully. Oops. That was the wrong button. Like, I feel like I could optimize it better, is all. Like, I could save and infuriate for it to ensure something, like a crit direct hit of a inner chaos or something like that. That might not be how it works. It might just do that anyway. Unclear. There. I've saved this random person from lizards. They're on a pilgrimage to seek salvation from the gods, apparently. Oh, are you part of a chain of fates? You might be. Okay, so I was correct. I do need to save and infuriate for burst. Unless I'm gonna, yeah, okay. Oh, that's the super boss train? That's funny. The stones here are cracked and require repair. Save all of them for burst? Alright. Unless you're gonna overcap. I know the guide said, like, always make sure it's recharging, so I assumed that, like, once I hit 2 of them, I need to use one, because otherwise it's not charging for another stack, so I think that's correct. Stones of the foundation appear to be unstable. However, filling in the areas where the grout has fallen away should remedy that. Because, yeah, I have 2 right now. Yeah, okay. It's just so tempting to use it randomly and then have inner chaos because it makes a big explosion. Yeah, immediately using the gauge is fine too, I think. I think it's fine anyway. Have you finished? Have you finished? Was it as bad as it looks? I see. This may have been the site of a battle or some other horrible conflict. I must do what I can to see it repaired. Though this temple may be remote, the devout do come here on occasion to offer their prayers. Thank you for helping me today. This has helped me forget the crises that plague us and reminded me of simpler times. When we would look after the roads and protect the pilgrims on their journeys, I ever looked forward to setting out on patrol with my sister by my side, but I must find a way to manage without her, to set foot upon my own path. My first step should be to apologize to Passerine, even if she may refuse it. No more distractions. That being said, if you are by my side, it may be all the easier for me to find the right words. Right, I can go to the places that aren't marked and get the mapping achievement. Paladin is a bit more intuitive to me in some ways than Warrior is. The Warrior is pretty intuitive. It's just that I've played Paladin enough at this point that it, like, it's solidified in my brain and muscle memory or something. I discovered a new location. Wait, how do you get there? Ah. Oh. This is the Stone Sky Ski. Stone Sky and Ski, that's right. The Stone Sky Sea. Right. I think we talked about once before how it was a little odd to be able to go to these training grounds with, like... and then they were just, like, empty and something was weird about it. I don't know. Maybe it's not this one, but the other one. But yeah, Warrior is overall not too difficult for me to understand. I just wasn't completely sure about that one point of optimizing it, I guess. But Paladin having an entirely defensive gauge, I think, makes some parts of it like easier to manage for me. I don't have Primal Rend yet, so I forgot about that actually. Since I'm 87, I think that's the 90 ability. It has an animation lock though. Good to keep in mind. I've used it in PvP, I suppose. Yeah, 87. I'm doing these quests as a not level 90 class to get some experience. Or job, rather. Well, Sula looks determined to see this through. My heart is pounding, but the sooner this is done with, the better it shall be for both of us, I hope. Oh, hello, Tsukro and Sula. I take it your patrol was fruitful. I've just administered a soothing salve to Passarine's child. She's sleeping soundly now, so us speaking should not wake her. Passarine, I'm sorry. I should not have said all those horrible things before. I was not in my right mind. It was my fault when my sister was killed. I stood frozen in fear when Dazal attacked, yet when it was all over I placed the blame on you. I was a fool. No, Sula, you were right. It was I who couldn't ease his troubles. It was my fault he succumbed to the despair that gnawed at his heart. We've all lost something during this tragedy that through no one's fault but fate, or these are difficult days and we shouldn't blame ourselves for their cruelty. Look, this has been difficult for everyone. It's not anyone's fault. There is reason in your answer, of course, but forgiveness of the self is no simple matter. I am overjoyed to speak with you again, Sula. However, I'm afraid I need more time to come to terms with everything that has occurred. Would that I knew how much Passarine was suffering, I could have been there to comfort her. Perhaps there's something I can do now, something to set her upon the right path. There must be something more I can do for her. It is plain that Passarine is not yet ready to forgive herself, but I'm at a loss as to what we should do. Do we leave her be, or is there some way we can help? I, for one, will not stand idly by while she suffers alone. Perhaps if she had something to remind her of her beloved, she would more easily accept his loss. Passarine never did have the chance to say her farewells. Tsukro, I'm afraid I must ask for your aid once more. Will I have it? Nod. It appears I shall be in your debt again, but it is well worth it. During the chaos, most of us fled northwest to the bridge. Let us retrace those steps, and we may find something that belonged to Dazal. Pick up anything that catches your eye, and we can share what we have found once we reach the bridge. Thank you for all you've done for Sula thus far, Tsukro. Her spirits are already much improved for your efforts. Let's hope we can effect the same change in Passarine. Dazal did enjoy his jewelry and baubles, so it isn't inconceivable that he may have dropped something as he fled. If you should spy anything glittering in the brush, it couldn't hurt to pick it up. Dazal was often bedecked in dazzling jewelry. Perhaps he dropped some piece of it in his flight. Perhaps so. I'm gonna actually be right back once more. And I guess that could mean, why not, another coin flip. Ghost? Ghost, did you do a prank again? Ghost? Why? Hold on. There. I had to complete the prediction manually because of Ghost's prank. But we're here now. It was that. Congratulations. Or apologies. Right, I forgot about this weird thing where the mouse cursor can appear below the border. Anyway. It seems possibly semi-consistent that Ghost has issues with doing more than 2 of those in one stream. Maybe. But yeah, this is gonna take more time than I thought it would to do all the ether currents and other quests and stuff. But I think it's worth it. On closer inspection, this is just a rock. Oh no. Ah, I forgot to use my... Forgot to do the Storm's Eye on that one. I thought I did, but then I didn't. Oh, wait. I guess I found the thing. How goes the search? I found this necklace among the underbrush, one of Dazal's favorites, but it seems to be missing the jewel that made it shine so brilliantly. Oh, what's that in your hand? Why, this is it! The very jewel I spoke of! We make an excellent team, eh? However, we cannot give this to Passerine as it is. We must prepare it first. Doubtless Yazan will be able to lend his expertise in that respect. Let us return to the village and speak with him. I'm glad this has been a good relaxation time stream. That is one of the primary things I hope to achieve with streaming, I guess. Though, I guess like the end of 6.0 streams were probably less relaxing and more everything happened so much. But still. It was still probably, hopefully, fun to see. Anyway. Exciting relaxing. That works for me. Sula has told me all about your findings, quite excitably in fact. She's gone to find materials so she can polish the necklace to a mirror sheen. Oh yeah, I guess, like, you didn't say that earlier, if it is like a gap closer as well, that's kind of fun. As for the jewel, I believe I can take it off your hands for the time being. Hey, that looks like a materia. The repair should prove simple enough. Adhesive is one of the most elementary recipes. Once the necklace is in presentable shape, I'll bring Sula to visit Passerine. Could you go ahead and tell her to wait for us? If we take longer than expected, I trust you can keep her enraptured with one of your grand tales. Please find Passerine and tell her we will soon be on our way to visit. Don't tell her what it is we bear, however. That would ruin the surprise. A warrior gets a third, onslaught? That's kind of ridiculous. Huh? You have something for me? I don't recall asking anything of you. Passerine, I would like you to have this, please. This is Dazal's necklace. I just noticed Passerine has a green eye and a blue eye. Oh, he was so proud the day he bought this. How in the world did you find it? I had naught but memories to remind me of him, but the sight of this makes me feel he isn't so far away after all. There is nothing I can do to change the past, but I can work to help give us both a brighter future. This was the least I could do, and I could not have done it without the help of these two. Thank you for this gift, truly, and for your wise words. I see now that you're right. We mustn't let the tragedies of yesterday keep us rooted in place. All it takes is a single step forward, but you must want to take it. Or sometimes you must stop to consider the best way forward. Sometimes we just have to think about what the best way forward is. Well said, well said. Might I add that wounds heal more quickly when a salve is applied to them. When we ignore the pain they cause, they rot. We must take action to see them healed, and rest when we are tired. Only when our energy returns can we move forward, carefully, one step at a time. Yes, one step at a time. Yazan, if it isn't too much trouble, could I help to care for the child? The scars of recent tragedy are yet too fresh for me to take care of her entirely by myself. But even so, that doesn't mean I cannot assist her in some way. Or assist in some small way. I have my own child to look over, of course, but still, if you were to take the child under your wing, I would be happy to assist you whenever you needed me. For the time being, I could be her wet nurse. Any medicine she requires would be your responsibility, I suppose. Together we can see that she emerges from her affliction as hale as any newborn babe. That's a splendid idea, I must admit. I could hardly think of a better arrangement myself. I shall hunt and bring food for the child that she might grow to be strong like her father and mother. That is what Chapa would do, and one step at a time I shall make her proud. Nod. The emptiness I feel at Dazal's loss will take some time to fill, but I believe in time I will heal. He would want me to heal. Allow me to thank you once again for all you've done. We owe you more than we can repay. Now I'd like to see the child for myself. Nod. Oh, the next onslaught is at next level? Neat. I'm not one for the subtleties of conversation, but I'd say that went as well as could be expected, wouldn't you? Now come back to my workshop. There's something I'd like to give you. I guess I've gotten pretty close to 88 in this time. Truth be told, I'd already resolved to raise the child myself, but the prospect of having a helping hand is comforting indeed. I suppose the true work starts from here, eh? I'm finally glad to have good news to share with Karasef and Mevan. I have been so occupied with treating the sick and injured that I've had little time to think of the departed. My friends really are gone, but I can still honor their memory. If anything has become clear from recent events, it is that people of this settlement must speak with one another about their troubles. Solitary thoughts so quickly turn dark. I'm more than capable of treating the wounds we can see, but it takes a community to heal those that are hidden. I admit the latter prospect may take some time for me to become accustomed to. Don't be so hard on yourself. Your presence puts others at ease, or you'll find a way, as an alchemist, a friend, and a father. It's alright. You clearly put people at ease. I didn't mean to get myself entangled into such serious matters when I set out to speak with Passerine. So much for that relaxing life I was looking forward to. Regardless, I apologize for dragging you along all this time, even though I doubt we would have arrived at such an amicable conclusion without you. So, I retract my apology. Although her parents are no longer with us, I must do my utmost to raise their child in a way that would meet with their approval. I owe my friends that much. And now... Yep. These two are back. Ah, Sucro, just the woman I was hoping to see. I might as well do this part too, while we're here. Now that I've had the opportunity to speak with more of the people here, I realize their plight is even more dire than I'd imagined. The recent crisis has caused the flow of supplies to grind to a halt, and the people can scarcely meet their daily needs. This would be the case even without the influx of refugees. One way we might alleviate this is to requisition a shipment from Yedlamad, but the process takes precious time. I fear that many would starve before we see a single sack of grain. All of this is exacerbated by the lack of able-bodied fighters. The wounded here are many, and there are few who have the strength and skill to guard us from the beasts lurking in the forest. The Radiant Host would give their lives to protect us, and have, but every day more of them are injured. Bravery alone is only worth so much in the face of overwhelming numbers. And while I am much appreciative of your help so far, I'm not so naive as to think that you will remain here indefinitely. Had we another of your skill to aid us, we might at least stand a chance to weather the worst of the storm. However, my time at the Great Work was spent largely in solitude, and the people of this village know little beyond its walls. But you've been to the furthest reaches and back, yes? Do you know of anyone else who might lend their stout arm to these humble folk? I know just such an adventurer, as fierce as I, if not more so, or I know someone who could give the merchants proper motivation for a speedy delivery. I have recently met an adventurer who's also pretty strong. I knew I could count on your wide web of storied personages. Ogle and Kankana, you say? I believe we may be able to kill two birds with one stone with that pair. Unfortunately, my hands are full meeting the medicinal needs of the village. Seeing as you're already acquainted with these fellows, could you appeal to them on our behalf? Apologies for once again putting so much on your shoulders, but it is for the good of one and all. Can I count on your assistance? Nod. Thank you, friend. Well then, off to Yedlamad to meet this Kankana, eh? Safe travels, and I will pray that you return with good news. At this point, this is definitely, like, obviously not required for the ether currents, but since it links to quests that we did, one of which was required for them, I might as well. Though I won't show, like, every step of this, of the Arkasodara questline or anything. Oh boy. A sightseeing log for the pool where sad things happened. Great. You know, if I don't need to actually have like a gathering job or a crafting job to unlock them, I guess I could show unlocking like the labyrinth quests and stuff like that too, maybe. Oh, it's you. Hello? Hail, Sucro. My day brightens to see you again. Well, if it isn't Sucro, I'd wondered when you might walk through my door again. Oh, I need a bespoke gather crafter to actually unlock them? Okay. You will be pleased to hear young Rakashira is taken to adventuring like a thief to a coin purse. He is more than capable to assist me on my less arduous tasks. Indeed, his future is bright. However, as much as it heartens me to see you, I sense your visit isn't entirely motivated by a curiosity in our affairs, yes? I need to level gather crafter. I don't have, like, I have, like, basically no interest in gathering and crafting outside of, like, the stories attached to the quest lines for them. Like the labyrinths and stuff. I see. I did not know that Palika's stand was beset by such troubles, but I suppose I shouldn't be surprised, all things considered. Naturally, I shall do all in my power to help. A few words to the right people, and the merchants will have a shipment of supplies ready in a matter of bells. Inform the Syazan that aid is on the way, and for much less coin than the merchants would usually charge. This chaos has gripped all of Radzat Han, and it is only together that we shall find the strength to release ourselves from it. Oh, thank you for 5 bits. I appreciate that. Thank you for the 3D triangle that is the 5-bit icon. And if you require an adventurer, then look no further. The supplies require brave souls to defend them, correct? Then I offer mine. I will await you at the gates. Ogo is always like sprinting off at full speed. Wait for me, I'm coming too! Sorry, Boaster, you might be in the way of people again. Yes, that one has a bright future indeed. Yeah, like that, exactly. Oh, you're wearing a Gleaner's outfit now, suddenly. Would you look at this? Such a large pack of supplies prepared in what felt like a matter of moments. I know you might be wearing a Gleaner's outfit entirely because that is the one outfit that includes a giant backpack, but it's also funny that you just spontaneously got that out of nowhere. Like I said, I don't actually want to craft any actual, like, crafty stuff. I just want to be able to do the quest, like the tribe quests for it. So I might not have to interact with a lot of that. I mean, she has the same outfit as Erenvel because that's the Gleaner uniform. Botanist 54, Carpenter 64. I'd have a ways to go. Hankana made good on her word, not that I doubted she would. The merchants were likely all too eager to make such a sizable trade. They even provided us with bags and coats for the journey. And it appears Rakashir will be joining us. Try as I might to convince him otherwise, his mind is made up. Hopefully this will prove to be another learning experience for him. My grandmother always did say that the road forward is paved with good deeds. The three of us shall see that no beast lays fang or claw upon these provisions. There are more supplies to come, but they will be delivered by the Radiant Host. We shall be the vanguard, the harbingers of salvation for Palika's stand. And with that, let us be off. There she goes. Sprinting even with a full pack of supplies. Why are you up there? Where are you going? I mean, I guess you're circling around? Ogle? Ogle. The main problem is that to level up crap to that.
Apeling a bing a wooble doubler gorp gorp gorp.
True. Making text-to-speech say funny things is a good time. That derailed my train of thought a little bit. Oh, the thing about leveling up crafting is that I'd need money for it.
Funny things.
Indeed. I would need money to be able to afford the materials to follow a guide to level it up, and I have, like, very little gil. You can't see how much gil I have, but it's 138345. And that's basically nothing. I am poor in this game. Oh. Some sort of beetle that is marked for death. I could do that, but that would be much slower. And also, I would need multiple gathering professions to gather all the necessary materials. Probably. I can't gather literally everything I need. Hey Ogle, your backpack has gone away because you drew your sword.
Wombology, the study of Wumbo. Do you know any certified wombologists?
Not that I know of. What a fright that beast gave us. That was a splendid display indeed. Your bravery never ceases to impress. I've never seen such a fierce warrior. I dare say she's every bit your equal. Children are so easily impressed. While Sucro is indeed a formidable adventurer, your teacher has many great deeds to her name and yet more to come. Now the village is not far. Let us march, and I challenge any monster to approach. Hold on, you forgot the supplies. Oh, they're right there on the ground. I didn't even notice. we're learning more about how Ogle is a goober, in addition to being a powerful fighter.
I can't come to work today, because I broke my flatula. What do you mean that isn't a real bone? What did I break?
I don't think Calico has bones. Calico is made of robot parts. They cut down the monster before it even it had a chance to pounce. Greetings, Sucro. I did not expect to meet you here of all places. Did you see that, Rakashir? Mark well how quickly that beast succumbed to the flurry of blades, in no small part thanks to this brave Arkasodara. Ah, so this is the adventure that Yazan spoke of. Not since my last hunt with Sister have I fought so effortlessly with another. And I have never felt so invigorated to have such a mighty Arkasodara fighting by my side. How do you keep it up? Just watching you has me out of breath. Endurance is the product of long hours of practice, lad. Well then, it seems my hunt is finished. Let us return to Palakistan before we draw the attention of something deadlier. Yazan will be eager to speak with you upon your return. Do not keep him waiting for long. Ogle didn't forget the supplies that time. Oh. Whoop. This is my first time traveling this far. Look, Rakashir, an aetherite. I understand an adventurer is to attune themselves to these when their journeys bring them to a new locale, but now I recall that I forgot to do so in reunion. Let us keep that between us, yes?
Why does Elephant Man words so long?
I mean, I don't know. Ogle forgot to attune to the aetherite in her home, I see. Good job, Ogle. If you had done that, you wouldn't have need to worry about passage for a ship. Maybe. There you are. Sula told me you brought both the supplies and the protection.
Schmorgle forgle bop.
Indeed. And the protection you promised. She's at present preparing the game she hunted. She has promised to spar with me afterward. I'm fast feeling that I've made the right choice in coming here. I'm grateful for it, lass. It will do Sula good to have your energizing presence by her side. I understand that there are yet more supplies to come. I must find a way to thank the merchants and the one who spurred them to action. Kankana, was it? She will spare no effort to see Radzat Han rebuilt. Or if there's anything else you require from the merchants, she'll be happy to help. If there's anything else you need, I'm sure she'll be happy to help you there too. Seems we've found a reliable ally thanks to you. Oh, teacher, don't forget, we should ask about the journal we found. Yes, of course, I was just about to mention it. The beast Sula and I felled was holding fast to this. Perhaps you know who its owner is?
The alphabet is terrifying. A BC.
This... by the Minutia. Yes, I do know who penned this I do in fact know who penned the journal. Or this journal. They were dear friends of mine. Unfortunately, they didn't survive the tragedy that befell us. I see. I am sorry for your loss. Thank you. Luckily, their memory lives on in their child, and now this journal. When she comes of age, I'll show this to her, that she might come to know who her parents were. Life is but a string of meanings and farewells. It is our memories that sustain us, that give us life. In this way, those whose journey has ended watch over those with the strength to step forward into a new day. Of all the wisdom grandmother passed down, I hold this to be the most precious. Memories are the greatest treasure that we can leave behind. Your grandmother had a way with words. She could have taught even the divinities a thing or two. I dare say you might be right, young Rakashir. I'm not half so wise as she was, but her sage advice has been a beacon which has always guided me true. It's a good one. I need to reread that sage advice. Life is but a string of meetings and farewells. It is our memories that sustain us and that give us life. In this way, those whose journey has ended watch over those with the strength to step forward into a new day. That's good. Ogle seems eager to speak with you, doesn't she? She seems eager for basically everything. I see now why my teacher is so wise. She had a wise teacher herself. Truth be told, I first accompanied you here to repay the debt I owed, as grandmother would have wanted. I see now, however, that fate intended for me to be here. In Sula have I met a comrade in arms, and in Rakashir I have found a capable and eager student. For both their sakes, I must strive ever to be better than the day I was before. Ever to be better than... yeah, okay. Perhaps I should take up the art of dance. The fierce display of the Sekisegumi compelled me to set down my spear and take up the katana. But the grace and deadliness with which the dancers throw their weapons is a charm all its own. Some measure of peace has returned to the Matanga, and I believe my skills will put to better use here. An adventurer must court challenge, after all. My teacher has a daring spirit if slightly reckless, but worry not, I'll make sure she doesn't come to harm. It is difficult to decide which class to play, that's true. Have you listened to a single word I've said, Rakashir? You have no notion of the dangers I must brave daily. For now you should be content to behold great deeds and learn from them. I wager your adventures will soon take you far from here, Sucro. Rest assured I shall safeguard the people of Palakistan in your stead. I look forward to hearing tales of your exploits. Alrighty then. Well then, the first order of the day is to attune to the aetherate and gather information. Jot this lesson down, young Rakashir, for these are the fundamentals of adventuring. Come now. Our lack of supplies was weighing heavily on my mind. I feared for both Passerine and the child, but for the first time in a long while I can breathe easily. Ogle's presence has proven to be a salve on Sula's mood as well. She laughs as she hasn't since our sister's passing. We both have you to thank for our reversals of fortune. Huh. I know vaguely of Loop Hero. Ghost of a ghost, huh? Even the departed have benefited from Ogle's arrival. The delivery of the journal was an unexpected boon, and it will doubtless prove to be vital in raising the child. When she becomes old enough to understand its contents, she will come to know the deep love her parents bore for her. A love so steadfast that it will shield her from the world's cruelty. Of course, I intend to tell her all about your part in her salvation as well. But for now, there is work to be done, for both of us, I'm sure. Wheresoever your travels may take you, don't forget the friends you have in this corner of Thavnair. And lastly, be safe. If you die before I can repay the debt I owe you, I'll hunt you through the 7 hills until the ledger is balanced. So let's see it doesn't come to that, eh? Hooray. And... okay. This must be the unlock for the Arkasodara quests. I don't know that much about Loop Hero, but I think I've heard it's good. Let's learn about Hippo. That's a hippo! Ah, Sucro, just who I was hoping to see. Do you have a moment? Just when I thought some normalcy had finally returned to us, I received word of some truly peculiar hippo sightings. Yes, hippos, a veritable herd of hippos. Questioning head tilt? Hurtling down the high road, no less. Hippos hurtling? How majestic! Huh, I thought that was normal for Thavnair. Hippos hurtling? Yes, well, though hippos have long inhabited Vanaspati, it is quite unusual to see them in such numbers outside their natural habitat, let alone harrying travelers on the high road. Yet harried the travelers are. If these hippos have been displaced by the fires that beset the jungle during the final days, we must find them a more suitable home for the sake of all concerned. I would normally ask the Radiant Host for help with such affairs, but they already have so much on their hands, and Ogle happens to be away, so could I ask you to look into the matter? Nod. Oh, thank you. You are truly a blessing. I don't know much more than what I have already told you, but I'm sure others in Yedlamad have spotted a hurtling hippo or two. It's probably unusual for a lot of animals to hurtle, I guess. Hurtling hippos, you say? Oh yes, I saw them, barreling down the high road at tremendous speed. It was frightening just to watch. They kicked up so much dust that I couldn't get a clear look at them, but everyone on the islands knows that smooth silhouette. An adorable yet fearsome creature, the hippo. I wonder why those hippos chose the high road. Perhaps they prefer running on the straight and narrow? Yes, I've seen hippos on a number of occasions, over by the Great Work. And this is the second time I've answered that question in as many bells. One of the refugees came by asking the very same not moments ago. Turna, I think her name was. If you're looking for the same hippos, maybe she could help. She set off toward the perfumed rise last I saw.
A hippo can absolutely hustle, if it's in a hurry, but typically do not hurtle unless hurting. They hardly ever have to move, but when they do they hop to it, often haphazardly.
Hippos also love alliteration. Is this about those dreadful arkasodara up north, hitching carts to their hippos and Cinderuva knows what else? They've come down to join the other refugees, so I don't doubt they'll be stirring up trouble, as if we don't have enough people leeching off our goodwill already. This guy seems like a jerk. I can't believe they had the gall to bring their hippos. This town needs some limits on its charity, if you ask me. I'm not asking you anymore. You seem like a bit of a jerk, man. Herna headed up the high road. If you're still looking for hippos, maybe you should go after her. Okay, but what's over here, though? A mysterious area. Probably something happens here at some point. All right, fair enough.
Need a dispenser here. 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 Need a dispenser here.
I'm afraid we don't have any of those. What are you looking at? Can't you see I'm in the middle of something here? Hippo. Eh? You're looking for hippos? Damn, I was hoping to put pay to this before it got out of hand. Well, those hippos you're looking for should be rolling through any moment now. Just stand back and watch. Hippo cutscene. This must be the hippo bait. Here they come! Ah, there's a cart. Hippo! Hey, no stopping! What? Why is there fruit in the middle of the... You done it now, you Hamza heads? Maru, what'd I tell you about riding this high road? Ah, boss! Well, the roads back home ain't good for riding no more, boss. We ain't got much of a choice. Are they like mobsters or something? Hurdling hippos are dangerous. Keep it off the high road, will ya? Hurdling hippos are dangerous, I guess. I'm here too. I don't really know what's going on. Yeah, roaring down a main road, kicking up dust storms, you're scaring people. What, you already forgot about the Tower of Zot? The fires and the screaming and the people turning? You really think that raising a racket's what we need right now? In case you ain't got it through your heads yet, I'll spell it out for you. Our racing days are over. They were over yesterday, and they were over the day before that, too. They're hooligans. I take it this solves your hippo mystery. Now all that's left is to apologize for these sorry sods. Can you tell me where to direct our grovelin? Sure? Alright, let's have a chat with this Kankana. Oh, the food bowl is now empty? I didn't notice. You're coming too, Maru. I left you in charge, and the one in charge takes responsibility. That's how it goes. He looks so sad. You'll be there to give your report or something, right? See you soon enough, then. Nod. Hippo. I have seen the hippo cart before. You can get that as a mount, I'm pretty sure. From the tribe quests, no doubt. You too can obtain hippo. Now who might these fresh faces be? I was expecting news about hippos, but perhaps you've brought back a few lost souls as well. Something like that. Terna's the name, and on behalf of my hippos and associates here, I apologize for the commotion. We're used to racing our hippo carts on the less traveled paths of honest body, you see. We never took much to society even before the sky started raining fire. Mostly just kept to ourselves and lived off the land. But being new to these parts is no excuse. We should have known better than to take the high road at high speed, and we're sorry for any undue distress we might have caused. We ain't got much to offer, but we'll make it up to you however we can. Thavnair's in a bad way, so if we're ever gonna do any good for anybody, now's the time. Or at least I'd like to think. I ain't got much in the way of ideas concerning how misfits like us can contribute. Thinking. A crew of arkasodara looking for purpose and speedy hippos to steer them true. Perhaps there is something Terna and her associates can contribute to a recovering thavnair. Have you ever considered delivery worker? I think driving hippo carts could be an incredibly useful skill. Both of these are true. Have you ever considered deliveries with the hippos? Delivery work? You think we could really do something like that? I mean, a hippo cart's the fastest set of wheels there is, but... It's an excellent idea. Local trade is on its way to recovery, and the timely delivery of goods via hippo cart can only be a boon. However, delivery work requires a great deal of trust. You are transporting someone's precious possessions, after all. You will not only need to learn the trade, but earn the respect of the people as well. Everyone starts somewhere, so there's no need to feel intimidated. If this sounds like something you'd like to try, then why not let Sucro show you how it's done? It just so happens that a parcel intended for the great work was accidentally offloaded here today. It's filled with medicinal herbs from Gadania, so I'd like it sent over as soon as possible. Would you be a dear and deliver it with Terna? With your worldly experience, I'm sure you will serve as a shining example of professionalism. Alright, leave it to me. I'll entrust the parcel to you, Terna. I have no doubt that you will see it safely to its destination. Sorry for taking you out of your way, Sucro, but I look forward to seeing a professional do whatever it is a professional does. I'll be waiting by the gates, so give me a shout when you're ready to go. You truly have a gift for finding those in need. I can't help but want to nurture each and every one. I know it's a little more work than you bargained for, but do lend Turner and her associates a helping hand. I see great potential in them. That makes sense. That tracks with how borrowing amount in other tribal quests has gone. Work? Respect? Us? Sure, we wouldn't have to scrounge for food anymore, and keep us busy like the boss wants, but if wishes were hippo carts, beggars would ride, you know? We're ready when you are. My partner Sarya here's pulling the fastest cart on the island. I stowed the goods we're delivering under the seat, so they won't get damaged or nothing. And we aren't about to leave you high in hippo list. There's another cart just for you. Hippos are usually shy around strangers, but you were there with the fruit earlier, so you got nothing to worry about. They're smarter than to bite the hand that feeds. We don't just let anybody ride our carts, but if boss thinks he can handle it. No need for bellyache and Maru. We ain't racing the carts down the high road like some Hamza heads I know. Now off we go, slow and steady. Ride in the hippo cart? Yes. Sucro's riding the hippo cart pose is funny. Not a bad way to travel, eh? My crew designed these carts from scratch, you know. Also, the pattern on like the design on the overhang of the cart. Historically, we Arkasodara never went around in chocobo carriages and the like. I missed that. But at some point I got to wondering, why not? Sure, we're a heavy bunch, but nothing's impossible if you put your mind to it, right? After auditioning all kinds of critters, we finally came around to hippos. Hippo riding's a team effort. Our hippos can sprint with the best of them, but they ain't got a lot of stamina, so a good rider knows when to push and when to let up. The hippo looks so happy. Look at that hippo. Look at that hippo going. This random alchemist in the middle of the road just being passed by casually. Here we are, safe and sound. Now we hand over the goods, right? You wouldn't happen to be talking about an imported package, would you? I've been expecting the delivery ship, but seen neither keel nor prow of it. Wait, aren't you the one who saved Nidana? Nod. Explaining. Ah, I see. Well, thank you both for going out of your way to bring this over. You saved me considerable grief. No large trading vessels can dock here, you see. Usually our orders are offloaded at Alnair and then shipped by Dao, but they sometimes get mixed in with packages destined for Yedlamad. And then the logistical nightmare begins, I'm afraid. May I check to see if you indeed have my herbs? Nod. Yes, this is it. Importing these is trying enough without delivery mishaps, so I'm relieved they made it here safely. And to think that all of the hippo hubbub was in fact industrious delivery work. A little frightening to watch without proper context, but you've done a marvelous job. I'll be sure to call upon your services again. That wasn't a delivery, but I guess a little misunderstanding never hurt anyone. People sure do trust you, though. I got trusted just standing next to you. And he looks so happy about his herbs. Had me smiling right along with him. Maybe we really can make a difference with this delivery business. Nod. Sucro helping. Yay. Thanks for showing me the ropes and for doing all the talking too. I'd like to get straight back to Kankana, but from the looks of it, your hippo needs a breather. No surprise considering what it's been through lately. Here's what we'll do. I'll let this big boy rest up a bit while you go on ahead with Saria. I'm trusting you with my prized set of wheels, so be careful. No scratches or nothing. Just ride like you did coming here and there shouldn't be any problems. Should we become separated from your cart, etc. Oh, you can't fly with this one. No flying right now. Flying later. Wait. Dang it. Why is it pointing to there? I just need to go back there. Well. Is this good for the hippo? Does the hippo like this? The hippo lariat. So what this means is that the center of this cart is in fact the cart itself. This is scarier than scarier than the hurdling of the hippos, I think. Also, Sucro having the warrior aura during this makes it funnier. Her mission accomplished, a triumphant Saria trundles away with the cart in tow. Kankana will be pleased to hear of your successful delivery. I would never do that to Saria. And there aren't even any spiked bombs around here. Welcome back. Sucro just told me all about your successful delivery. Thank you for your help, Turna. What did you think of your first job? The delivery part seems pretty straightforward, even for our ilk, but the whole build and trust thing won't be easy. Still, it's not like we can give up and go home to Vanaspati. Sooner or later, we'll have to get used to living with other folks. And you should have seen how relieved that alchemist was when he got his supplies. Feels nice to know we did some good in the world. There is no greater reward for a job well done, in my experience. If you choose to continue on this path, I am certain the joy you bring will be returned to you tenfold. As this is a new endeavor for you and your associates, however, I do believe it best if someone oversees your progress. Sucro, you did so much for Ogle that I have to ask.
Helicoptering hippos happen to have half a mind to happily hug their hardy hippohaps. That's chaps without the C.
I see. Or I don't see, perhaps. Chaps as in, like, friends? And not the form of clothing, I would assume. Sucro, you did so much for Okul that I had to ask, will you lend your aid to Turna and her associates? I know we're a right crew of misfits, Sucro, but I promise you we're hard workers. Give us a chance and we'll make you proud. Gasp. Sucro just sort of looking back and forth. You got spirit, kid, I'm with you. This is gonna take a lot of work. You got spirit, kid, I'm with you. Did I do the dialogue right? Thank you, I swear you won't forget this. Now that that's... wrong voice. Now that that's settled, I think it's time you saw your new home. Gasp. You see, I have come into possession of an old trading post that has since fallen into disuse. The structures may be a little worse for wear, but the plot itself is very conveniently located. You're free to fix it up however you like. You're just gonna let us use it? Just like that? I will lease it to you for a small fee. That is to say, if your new business fails to turn a profit, I may have to rethink the use of that space one day. But we can talk about the particulars later. For now, how about you go and take a look? I've marked its location on this map. Gladly. Thanks for everything you've done for us. Let's reconvene at our new headquarters. I'll round up my people. Yeah, I like these hooligans. Elephant delivery hooligans is a combination of words I didn't really anticipate. I have high hopes for that one. If there's anything else I can do to help, do not hesitate to let me know. Hey, we're delivering here. Oh, that's what all this is. I assume this was here before. It's bigger than I thought, but what a dump. I'm grateful, of course, but... Sucro, glad you turned up. As you can see, this place ain't no mega duda, but once we get the basics up and running, it'll start feeling like home in no time. We'll need a cart shed for starters, and a place to store packages and whatnot. If I'm honest, boss, I'm still not sure about all this, but if you say we should give it a shot, I guess I can try. Thanks, Maru. I'm counting on you, you know. Bow. Alright, as of today, we're making our name as reliable delivery workers. We got a lot to learn, but don't go easy on us. Teach us everything you know. Now we need a name for our new business, something real trustworthy. Boss, we gotta fix this place up. We ain't got time to be worrying about names. What's wrong with our team name anyway? A team name? You're right. We don't need to be fancy, just fast, reliable, and riding hippo carts. Hippo riders it is. And that's the unlock for this, I guess. Hey, and they fixed it up pretty good. Also, this is a cool theme that's playing. This is like the only tribe unlock quest I've shown on camera for this entire thing. Led by their charismatic leader, Turna, the Hippo Riders have retired from racing and rebranded themselves as speedy delivery workers. However, they're still known on the island as local delinquents. Use your experience as an adventurer and trusted hero to help them better their reputation. Oh, this is actually really clever. The reputation is not your reputation with them, but their reputation with everyone else this time. Because reputation is how it measures, like, the progress in... I mean, it says friendly reputation, so it is still sort of my reputation with them, but it's also their reputation with everyone else at the same time. That's clever, I think. Hasty, hasty hippos. Trying our hand at delivery work is exciting, but sometimes I worry if we're cut out for it. So I said we'd do it, so we're doing it. We'll pull through somehow like we always do. And yeah, that's a segment of content that I've never actually shown anything of. I wouldn't expect to see much more of the Hippo Riders in these streams, but Okay, like all we have at first is materia, that makes sense. You can get materia 10 here, though. That's pretty cool, probably. Could save some money. Also, this is a really good theme. Enjoy your spaghetti. This is... Oh, this theme is great. This theme is also a theme that could be playing in a level of a kart racer, probably. A hippo is going to collect a power-up and shoot a missile while this music is playing. That's really good. So... 3 of these is half a level? Wow. I mean, I'm definitely going to do these at some point. It's not on camera. All that said, wow, almost 6 hours, kinda. We've done a fair amount of stuff today. But also we did less than I thought we would. So we have flight in 2 regions. Let's take a look. We've completed attunement in Labyrinthos and Thavnair. We still have 4 more to go. So, this will take a bit longer than I expected. All that being said, tomorrow is likely to be the Mario Wonder, which might be the last Mario Wonder, but I might also do this, I don't know. I intend to complete Mario Wonder on stream as well. So yeah. Rest of this week will probably include a little bit of Mario and more ether currents. We learned a lot about the world. We saw a lot of fun characters and stuff. It was a good time. Oh yeah, I'll definitely finish leveling up Warrior, especially if I start doing these tribe quests. I'll probably level up Sage too if they're as good at experience as you say they are. But yeah, Sucro will take a nap again now.
Rest well.
I will, and so will Sucro. So, thank you all for watching. As usual, if you're interested in various links, borealrobin.cardwith2rs.co. You can also follow or subscribe here, and that would be helpful, but you don't have to do any of that. And yeah, later in the week, Mario and more of this, most likely. Maybe if I complete Mario, maybe it's time to start doing something else alongside this, but I'm not entirely certain. I'll figure it out. It seems like I've started to stream on more than 3 days a week as well, but I won't guarantee anything for sure on that front, because this was a Tuesday. But we'll see what happens. There could be an infinite amount of Robin streams in the future. Who knows? But yeah. All that being said, thanks for watching. Hope you have a good rest of your day and night. And/or night. And yeah. See you next time, and good night, everyone.
Yeah.
Oh no.
yo.
Now I have to wait
I'm
for
the
this to end
tallest of
before I can
mountains.
end the
I
stream.
am the roughest of waves. I'm the toughest of terrors. I am the darkest of days. I'm the last one that's standing.
Well,
don't try to stand in my way.
I guess I did say the word infinite.
Better. Just take a look at my face. Cause if you're messing with me, I am a dangerous weapon. I am the sharpest of blades. I'll cut you down in a second. Cause I was born in this pain.
Yep.
It only hurts if you let it. So if you think you can take me, then you should go and forget it.
I have this
and
scene,
after
by the way.
all this time, you're
This
back
exists.
for more. I won't stop until they know my name, so I'll take what's mine and start this war. I'm coming at you like a tidal
also
wave,
exists.
tidal wave, tidal wave. When everything you know has come and gone, you are at your lowest, I am rising higher, only scars remain of who I was, what I find in the ashes, you lose in the fire, when there's no one left to carry on, this is an illusion, open up your eyes and, this pain, persists, I can't, resist, but that's what it takes to be infinite. Yeah, so look around you, and tell me what you really see, I never end, and that's the difference in you and me, cause when your time is up, and everything is falling down, it's only me and you, who is gonna save you now. So look around you, and tell me what you really see, you live a lie, and that's the difference in you and me, I have the power, let me show you what it's all about, it's only me and you, who is gonna save you now? Who is gonna save you now? I am the tallest of mountains, and don't you ever forget it, if you step in the ring, then you're gonna regret it. Take it, cause if you're messing with me, then you should know that it's over. I don't crumble for nothing, I've got the world on my shoulders, meow.
Thank you for watching, everyone. Good night. I guess she can't say the word infinite from the infinity sign. Good night.